welcome. And thank you again, Pepe, for always being here. So, I think everything's all caught up and running smoothly. Okay, and I got all my other, online... Oh, hello. No wonder I'm hearing my own voice. Jeez. Okay, there we go. Well, whoops. My computer had a big old crash. It didn't close the operating system, but a lot of apps just suddenly closed down automatically. So, I was making sure everything was working right. That took up a little bit of time. But, yeah, all my offline stuff is caught up. I was busy fighting these stupid copyright claims, because Warner Chappelle sucks. But, yeah, and then I did a couple thumbnails, got my VODs all up and running, and someone left a nice little comment. They were like, yeah, thank you for making this serious and all that. So, anyways, since everything seems to be working properly, I'm not going to really wait for many more people to show up. They can kind of filter in whenever they have time. But, alright. So, I believe with our last episode, we were just about to jump into the world of darkness. And this will be important for, Shadowbringer sort of content, just to keep in mind. So, might as well finish it. I already did it, and I have it, the proper answers triggered for when the story is relevant. But, yeah, we're almost done with this little raid sequence, and then we can get back into the story, and I think we have to deal with a bunch of family and stuff. So, it's still got a little bit of Realm Reborn grind, but we're nearly there. I mean, 5 days in, and we've been hammering away at this story. I've been reading every dialogue box that I come across, and just been keeping at it. So, even when I've got, a leveled up character, and I'm doing my best to try and, make sure everything... I had a weird graphical glitch with my hair. It's right there, right? It's bothering me. But, yeah, no, let's go ahead and... Alright, I gotta turn it on. Resume, yes. Yeah, one of these days it will happen. I just gotta get back into, to a point where I'm actually, it's hard for me to do all that extracurricular stuff if I've gotta, take care of things, here at home, so. Until I get caught back up, because I did, with that month and a half not being able to stream properly and all that, I feel like a lot of people moved on to other things, so I gotta wait until, folks come back and realize that I am still here, I'm still alive and making content, and also gotta, open up those collab channels again. I'm sure people would love to see a lot more VTuber interaction in that, but, yeah. Faku, it's good you are come. I have news you must be made aware of. Alas, none of it bodes well for us, not for only Doga and Nero, nor for only Doga and Nero imprisoned in the Dark Realm. Well, of course not. Think back upon our last foray to Circus Tower, if you will. The calamity stirred the place from its long slumber and awoke the Emperor's own day. Perhaps you, Faku, you ensured he was laid to rest permanently. Yet the Emperor had sealed a binding covenant with the terrible void set known as the Cloud of Darkness. Even as Une and Doga labored to annul this contract, the entity reached through the rift and dragged the pair of them, Nero out of the realm. So, we killed Zonde, so the only one left to fulfill that covenant were the clones, which technically still have the blood of the royals in them. So, She's gonna get her due, whether or not the original guy is still there. I'm surprised she didn't go and grab, Graha. But I guess his blood hasn't, like, quote-unquote, awoken yet. It'll come to light at the end of this episode here. We'll be able to, talk about that more once I get a refresher as to how the story goes. I just skipped some dialogue. Good job, me. Since that day, Noah has devoted itself to rescuing Linnea, Joga, and Nero from beyond the rift. Our research, however, has exposed a far more dire problem. The crystal still acts upon Emperor Zona's orders and collects energy to open another void gate as we speak. Indeed, the place nigh hums with energy. We've done all we can to stop the Imperial Edict, but to no avail. Just as the gate would fully open only for One and Doga, so too will the tower heed only to those with royal blood the royal blood of Alec. So wait, did they leave the tower and the door closed behind them? Are we locked out, and is the world gonna end? Is that what's gonna happen here with this? We were there, we could have just, camped out and wait until our, information came to us, but anyways. Alright, that's good there. To the most galling design. Granted, this was not always so vexatious. According to the Gallagher tombstones Nero presented us, at the tombstones, they give all the answers, apparently. During the Golden Age of Alec, the royalty had some means of bestowing their blood upon others. Okay, so... some means. You mean, like, well, an Allegan having a thing with a Makode girl or something, maybe? I ate a lot. I am super full. Anyways, let's see here. If they hadn't such a technology, Amon and his underlings could have never controlled the Crystal Tower. Oh, so they did have some magical way of imbuing the power of the rules into them. But we do not have either this art nor any with royal blood. Every moment we wait, a vast rift through which the cloud darkness can claim our realm threatens to open. Such a disaster cannot be allowed to come to pass. We must seal the Crystal Tower and annul Zonde's covenant with the Dark Realm. If only breaking the latter would suffice. But then what if the energy building in the crystal? Without suppression, the tower could just discharge and cause a calamity like that the one that destroyed Alec. Yeah, we wouldn't want the giant towering magic battery to blow up. In truth, we have more than just three lost compatriots to worry about. If we do not act, our very world will fall before the might of this threat. But we know one way out of this predicament. Rescue those who can control the tower from beyond the realm and seal the rift shut after them. And mercifully, not all our news is quite so bleak. It's true we cannot stop the Void Gate from manifesting within the tower, but this can be our benefit. We can use Circus's power for our own purposes, and create a portal to carry us to the Dark Realm. I knew it was a two-way street. I guess it's just a problem of it's never been tested before, according to this point in the story. We have heard this possible from a man of the Thaumaturge's Guild, well-versed in otherworldly matters. And with Master Garland working to create said portal, the final preparations are well on their way. Here comes the man himself. Just the woman we needed. Yes, our fellowship is indeed complete, and all parties are privy to our strategy. And you, Master Garland, how fare your endeavors? Quite well. The device is nearly ready, though attaching the damnable thing to Circus Tower took every ounce of ingenuity the Ironworks has got. But it should produce the energy we need. With just a little more fine-tuning, we can open a rift. And I'm here to request your presence at the tower. I'll leave Biggs and Weds at the 8 Sentinels as guides. And do hurry, Falco. I'm sure you wouldn't miss another chance to save the world, would you? Nope, it's in my blood. Well, Sid certainly seems to have a firm hand on the helm. Shall we make our way to the Crystal Tower? What are we waiting for? Alright. Alright, this should be the last time we have to drive this direction. Fuck-boo-boo. I'll bet you're here to, watch us pry open the rift between worlds, eh? We're almost ready. Circus Tower's full of engineers scurrying around and making adjustments. We're dealing with a lot of power, and if a single coupling is off, well, boom. But it should be fine, really. Anyway, you best wait at the top. The chief's there overseeing the whole operation. I find it funny that we're dealing with a giant world-sized battery, and we're leaving it up to Biggs and the Wedge of all people to make sure things don't go exploding. My friends, you've arrived. I'm just waiting for my engineers to give the signal. Then we'll see if we can't open a gateway to another world. Is there something amiss, Graha? Emperor Zonde's throne. How the mighty have fallen, eh? Once it's this symbol of Alec's art and power. Now it's nothing more than an empty chair. It is kind of a big throne, yeah. Just imagine if the alien civilization had lived on, and a just emperor still sat on that throne. How different our history would be. How much further would we have advanced? Unfortunately, there's no stopping Zonde and his ambition. I'm pretty sure that if the Allegan Empire had progressed unabated, it might be like, well, I haven't really watched an anime from it, but it'd probably be similar to like the Gundam universe, where it's just like everyone's just flying mechs everywhere and they got space stuff. No one would need magic at that point, they would just use technology. Or it'd be magic so advanced that it looks like technology. There were those who tried. Oh, he's having a migraine again. Zonde's war of dominion left no one unscathed. Unable to abide the horrors inflicted upon the people, warriors young and brave took up the sword against Alec. These men and women became beacons of hope to those who had suffered, not unlike the warriors of light in our age. Which actually, truth be told, every generation that some sort of great evil has risen up in this game's history, reincarnations or at least representatives of the crystal. So exactly, warriors of light have shown up, lore-wise. Kind of don't know if we'll get into that in this playthrough because it's kind of not really important to the main story, but the Evilise content, where it's like, Final Fantasy Tactics and that, the kid, whatever it is, there was those people, if anyone knows Final Fantasy Tactics, I don't really know it, like, personally, but he was an actual warrior of light. He just failed in his mission. But it had existed at an earlier point in this world's history. And I skipped some dialogue. Great. Okay. Let's see here. But all this is merely hastened the destruction. Just as they moved towards Alex's heart for the kill, Zonde lashed out in anger and frustration, as trapped beasts are wont to do. In his desperation, Zonde desired that a great rift be opened to hasten the cloud of darkness's coming. To this end, he commanded the sun's power held within Dalamut to be emptied into Circus Tower at once. And that is why things didn't end well. The act bore terrible consequences. The tower only withstood the blast by flooding the land below with energy. Circus was swallowed by the very earth upon which it stood. The fourth umbral calamity. I've heard its cause from Une and Doga. I had no idea that that rebellion incited Zonde to rashness, though. Your knowledge of Allegan history is astounding, Graha. Why, a man could study for 2 lifetimes and only learn half what you know. Mr. Bean. Mayhap, 'tis strange, though. I can't seem to remember when I learned such things. Yes, Biggs, are you ready? Ready and raring to open up the Void Gate, Chief. We reckon when this machine's up and running, she'll be able to float 5 airships the size of the Agrius. So just give us the word and we'll start channeling energy into the tower. Good, then let's get started. Yeah, the Agrius was a huge ship. Merely the ship crashing and blowing up is what killed Midgard Zolnir. Our preparations are complete. Everyone step away from the throne. Alright, let's see what this machine can do. Now, Biggs. Knowing the cloud of darkness, though, I wouldn't think that she probably knows that's open now. A rift to the world of darkness, as Une called it. Splendid work, Master Garland. We can't break out the maid just yet. The tough part is still ahead. We've broken into the Dark Realm, but the gate's still not all that stable. It won't stay open forever, and only a few can use it. I, for one, remain here to ensure the Void Gate stays open. As with the Sons of St. Quinnock, this rift is our sole path to salvation. If it closes, we're all truly lost. Which leaves Papugo. My friend, 'tis a heavy burden I must task you with, but there are none more able. Pray lead the adventurers beyond the rift. I do not know what awaits you, save the cloud of darkness and our 3 comrades, but you must go, for the fate of our world now rests upon your shoulders. Alright, I got this. This is our only gambit. I have every faith you will succeed. It will be no small feat to return after you have passed beyond the rift. Make certain you are prepared before leaving. So again, with the whole the world dimension splitting into 13 shards, we're going into the 13th realm, the one that the Asians messed up. They tried a rejoining using the power of darkness and didn't realize that tipping the scales too far would utterly destroy it and make it basically a black hole. So that's what we're going to, is a giant magic black hole. Might I have a moment of your time, Thorpo? There's a matter of import we must needs discuss ere you leave. Alright, spit it out. I'm sure this gate requires a lot of energy to stay open. I guess we're gonna walk away from it, there, man. What's scary about that is that it's a direct portal to the void, and so I don't know why they're like being so haphazard about it. I know that they gotta start the quest down here, but still, it's like that portal is big enough for creatures such as like Sathach and Diablos, really bad like first tier void scent to pass on through, like an open window. So it's like, why are you leaving that open? Should be guarded by at least a legion or something like that. But Poo-Poo, I wish to speak to you about my eye. As you are no doubt aware, it is a trait seen only amongst Allegan royalty. Long have I pondered why such is my inheritance. The sanguine hue must have some bearing upon my destiny, much as Doga himself admitted. But what? In truth, the more I learn about the crystal tower, the less I am of myself. Somehow meeting those two clones has wrought great change in me. I am consumed with remembering something ancient, but ever so important. And my father's words echo in my mind, the self-same ones that my father told him. The truth of our eye rests with Allah. Mayhap I wish to remember, and these words are related. What I wish to remember and these words are related. Mayhap not. But I know I must learn the truth that history hides from me. I would see this journey, our journey, through to the end with my own eyes. So I implore you, allow me to join you beyond the rift. You could have just asked. You didn't have to make a big old, like, let's go talk to at the bottom of the tower kind of speech. You have my thanks, my friend. Now, let us venture to the world of darkness and save our comrades in our realm. Yeah, this stuff is kind of older, and I'm sure they've got bigger highs and stuff, but this was actually pretty wicked, pretty awesome whenever it first came out. Because again, one of the only games that I knew like most fondly of from Final Fantasy before picking up like this game was me nearly beating, and again I say nearly beating, because I never got to the like final boss, it was just too much of a grind. But nearly beating Final Fantasy 3, so it's just like, oh we're facing her again, and this ain't like a clone or some sort of spin-off universe. This is the same universe, all interconnected. So those heroes that staved off the cloud of darkness in Final Fantasy 3, that's the same force we're fighting here. So it's kind of trippy just to think how interconnected they allowed their games to be. I mean, it is one IP. You probably expect Square Enix to have that liberty to connect their different worlds and stuff, but usually the titles aren't interconnected like that. Anyways, I guess we gotta wait for the queue to pop. I don't know if it's prime time or not, but hopefully the wait's not that long. It says less than 5 minutes. I remember whenever the raids became unpopular and they hadn't released like anything for Heaven's Ward, and it was legitimately like over 30 minutes waiting just for one raid queue to fill up. That was fast though. It looks like someone abandoned the thing. It's okay. We can continue. Where did they actually end up? Oh good, we just started. Someone just left the queue as soon as it started. I was a little worried. You won't see like the intro of the dungeon, but it's okay. This is basically just a big old black hole. And thank you for turning them away from me. I appreciate that. Ahoy! Someone is shooting at me! That ninja's gonna kick my butt. I'm gonna drive him over here. He's gonna totally kick my butt. Come on. Come on, boys. Pull him up. Hmm. This guy's gonna be hopefully not too much of a pain. It really depends on if they can keep the tank alive. And have him pointing away from the raid group. Alright, do that. Yeah, that move will wipe the whole group. Okay. Okay. Oh, did I not look away? I don't think I did. Oh, good, I did. Okay, I got the doom off me. I forgot to look away when he did that. When he casts that sort of spell. I think I happily took that off me. No. Here we go. Oh, I still got it. Dang it. I got 2 stacks. I'm gonna take extra magic damage from him. Not a lot of DPS going on this guy. Not as much as I would maybe be comfortable. Alright, look away. Look away. Oh, I forget. I've got the legacy control. I should just be able to push arrow down and be able to look right. Look away. What am I doing? Hello. Oh, my face is growing dark before my eyes. Yeah, you die. Oh, the demon hat of casting. A demon hat? Nah, unfortunately, Realm Reborn stuff, their textures are kind of low quality. There's better stuff in future expansions. It's the kind of low resolution gear from all these red wings here. Oh no, I pissed her off. No, my fault. Okay, we deleted it. No bad deeds. Ah, it's on this one. I see. someone actually interrupted it. Like, they actually knew they could interrupt it. Oh, also kind of funny, I don't think they have it on it no more, but if you picked a piece of gear from a raid, and you won it, that would be the only gear you could have for the next week. They had like weekly resets for gear, so it kind of slowed down progression of how soon you got raid wing items. You can still participate in the raid for like, for experiencing that. Not affinity for that. Top ground still. Hello. Oh, why are you targeting me? Leave me alone. Uh-oh, I'm frozen. And I got blown in the air. Great. Hey, Dylan, how you doing? I need to move those skills around. Oh, haha, there's a belt, of course. Thank you for the boost. So this guy's kind of dodgy because if you get all knocked off the platform, it's not activated soon enough. Then, you know. What are you gonna spin that at? That way? Okay. And that guy's good. Yeah, kind of hard to see, but we all have to kill our enemies at the same time, basically, for it to progress. We're just doing enough damage that it doesn't matter, like, doing the precise mechanics. But yeah, he can have a chance of sucking everyone up and then kicking them off the platform and then you die because you can't get back up to him. This guy's fun. C's chains, so... this is actually the first Realm Reborn. This is the ending of the Realm Reborn stuff, so probably basically the first. Alright, so what I might do though, because I'm a damage dealer, is I might, yeah, let's see, where's the thing making me, oh, right here, okay, I do have to stand in this little bubble. Make me small. So when I'm small, oh no, I'm getting whacked. Ow, that hurt. That really sucked. Yes, please heal me. Thank you. Good heal, good heal. So now when I'm small, I will be eaten whole, and I get to go into him, just kind of like a Sethun sort of fight. I want this thing, this stomach wall, thank you. This will cause a crippling blow, he'll have major vulnerability. But we're also actively being digested, so we gotta hurry up before we die. Yeah, he falls to the ground, I think, somewhere. Yeah, he gets crippled. Are we getting the chains or not? Are you kidding me? Look what he's doing! You little idiot. He's legitimately going to... Oh, he's trolling the whole raid. No, don't slash me. Oh, that was a major hit. It's a good thing I put the, I'm getting away from your face. I do not want to be in your face. Am I close enough still? Okay. Hey, Spidey, how's it going? I got hit by that. You really? Okay. Yeah, you go and roar and die and all that stuff. Demon Gauntlets of Maiming? Let's see, does it look any good? Nah. Again, they're trying to, these games were trying to make it so that PS3 could still play on it, so not as high a quality a gear. Are you kidding me? Who tried to vote abandon? Wow, someone is really trolling this raid fight. I am the cloud of darkness. What I do not smother, I destroy, and what I cannot destroy, I devour. The covenant is everlasting, all morals before... yeah. She said some evil things. Anyways. So you stay out of her face. Usually it's a good thing to stay out of the face of any big boss like this. I like this little violin sort of remix of her boss thing. Oh, where's she gonna show up? Oh, there she is. Alright, hopefully people are standing underneath those. Duh. Oh no, I'm gonna get attacked by this thing. Yay, I get to be the one followed by this stupid thing. Yeah, see? And that would probably hurt the entire raid group if I brought it through them, so... oh well. It's nice to feel special sometimes. Okay, stretching in the middle of a fight. No worries. We got this. Darkness, here we are. Not that many people are gonna be over here, so let's do it. Oh, she's gonna show up and you're gonna blow out the whole team. Someone else activated it, dang it. Oh well. We got through there. pair of demon breeches, huh? Might be dragoon armor. What do we got here? Don't need that. I already have you, so never mind about that. I ain't no alchemist, so I'm not going to repair those music things. Not right now. Maybe one of these days I'll go on a music collection thing, but I don't think I'm quite at that point where I'm going to do completionist stuff, so yeah. Where in the seven hills are they? Without them to stem the energy in the tower, our defeat of the cloud aids our cause will. Doga, Une, can you hear me? Nero. You got a whole world of darkness to figure out where they're at. Must you be so infernally loud? Are you so keen as to attract more Voidsen? Yeah, all of the bad Voidsen are hanging around here somewhere. Kind of what makes this place even more scary than I think what you can see. Although I don't blame you for missing my company. Hank the 12, are you alright? As alright as can be expected, Linnea simply passed out. Oh, look at him looking out for his comrades, even though he's all, like, corrupted looking and crap. Hero, by the gods, what happened to you? Alas, his wounds were too deep, and allowed this foul place to enter his body. Now the darkness claws at the ether of his very form. Would that we could have protected him. So, he's about to turn into a void center. The cloud of darkness was bound by Zonde's unholy covenant to bring the prosperity of prosperity to Allied royalty. The same blood that sealed this contract gives us a measure of protection. Yeah! Well, he's a different kind of purple. At least I don't think that I'm void sent. I mean, I don't know, I guess you could say. You could say, possibly. Mistake not my actions for kindness. I have used for you yet, Neorzu, and simply could not let harm befall you here. It is a nice color. Yes, it is. Where? Une, you're safe. Our friends have come for us. Have they? Then perhaps, Doga, there's yet hope we may fulfill our purpose. Oh no. Oh no! Morals, you have dared to challenge me, and now must feel my wrath. Did you think to destroy me in my realm? Here I am eternal. I will smother your light and entomb your bones amongst my shadows. Are we truly so powerless here? Yeah, this is technically where all the voids then go to when you kill them. As long as we fight the cloud of darkness in this realm, I fear so. And yet, though we may not be able to destroy it, there may be a chance. This may be our chance to stop it. We strike now with the cloud can barely hold our form. Perhaps we can serve Zonde's covenant. Yes, and raise the bridge between the crystal tower and this foul place, once and for all. Graha, you must flee. You and Doga mean to stay here? Pretty much. 'Tis madness. You must return with us. No one but you can save the world from the threat of the Crystal Tower. Okay, something protected him. What is this trickery? Your blood? You too gain protection from Zonde's blood. Grahatia, you are possessed of royal blood. This is why the royal eye runs in your line. I thought that was obvious. Okay. Tis a gift you have inherited, Graha. You've been granted authority over the Crystal Tower. I thought time would consume all of Alec that was. That a man should still live with his forebear's blood in this age cannot be no coincidence. Some person must have planted this gift in your line and used the highest Allegan technology to do so. True, the Crystal Tower is not like to recognize you as Allegan, not as you are now, but your royal eye bespeaks a simple truth. Within you dwells one feeble glinter that will illuminate all, the light of hope. But how should I use this light? Pray tell me. Alright, wait, we do the magic-y thing and then both your eyes will turn red. You must gain control of the Crystal Tower. We will share our blood with you, Graha. Though its effects will be ephemeral, it will bolster the Allegan presence within you. This is our gift to you, that you may fulfill your destiny. All with the royal ire bound by fate to Alleg. Our part in this journey is to bury Zone's dark ambitions in the past. This was the true Ndoga's purpose, one we have carried into the future. Know that as long as this light of hope survives in you, our souls will still remain, even if our bodies are lost. And take the magic spear of blood. There's the eyes of the cat boy we all know and love. You must leave us as well, Nero. I'm sorry we could not live up to your expectations. I must return to you what was yours, though. You dropped it in whilst defending us. She got knocked out, though. How did she manage to grab that? Okay. What you seek by this instrument may not be possible, Nero, but do not give up. There are many other paths that await you. Of course they do. Okay, Doga, I thank you. We shall never forget you. Now, Fukubu Nero, let us quit this place. You cannot escape me, impudent children of light. And dodging all those AoEs. No, you shall not escape us. Here's Zonde's blood-stained dreams of glory end. There, the glint of light. It's more than a glint, it's like a blinding column of light. It grows faint, then the bridge between realms grows fragile by the Covenant's annulment. If that light dies, we're stranded here. Hurry! That is not hurrying there, Nero. That is falling to the ground and giving up. Nero, no, you must move. Leave me. I don't need you. If I die here, it'll be because I bloody well decided to. I failed to master darkness. I will not suffer to watch a green boy master the tower. Do what you will with it, but remember me, son of Alec. I am Nero Tolskeva, the man who will yet undo Allegan Garland. Good. While you're on your knees and you're about to get, like, lost to this world. That was what you had hoped to. May the Crystal Tower be a beacon of hope to mankind. Go, damn you! Must move onwards. This is not where I come to rest. But how did those damn clones did it after all? They managed to seal the cloud of darkness and cut off the covenant. Now, onwards. Wouldn't that suck if you, like... Oh, there we go. You owe me, Mira. Oh, dear. Oh, great. The hells I do. I like how I just kind of do a little hop to my feet. You were returned, unharmed. Thank the gods. When that void gate started to close, I never felt so powerless in all my life. We were running about like madmen, trying to keep the gate open, and then the chief actually went and dived in. But if you're all... where's Uni and Doga? They're not. I see. I will miss the two of them dearly, but I'm happy they fulfilled their purpose. We who live on must attend to the Crystal Tower, though we now have no one able to seal it. It just so happens we have someone with 2 red eyes who can take care of it. That is not true, my friend. Una and Doga have entrusted me with their blood. I can now control the Crystal Tower. Kraha, yes, I can see it with the seed in your eyes. Good. Then let's put an end to this and seal away the tower. I understand your instinct, Rambros, but please, give us a moment to rest. I am weary to the bone, and Nero and Fapupo are both emerged from a long battle. Everything's turning out well. There's actually not a lot in this game that goes real bad. So I'm wondering how Endwalker handles like a really hard defeat. There's some spots in the story though where it's like, alright, you gotta redouble and let's try again, but nowhere where they're like, all hope is lost, kinda. Let's see here. Of course. You have the right of it. Come, we shall leave this place for a spell and repair to St. Cornac's fine. Words. No one but you could have succeeded in the world of darkness, Fapubo. Would that I could have been more useful beyond the rift. As it stands, I was but a vessel for Umi and Doga's blood. Don't put it that way. Have I remembered what I wished to? Yes, something has come back to me. Gaining real blood and witnessing the true bravery that is reminding me of my forebears' dearest wish. But we need not speak of these things now. It was not my place to keep you. Pray, go on ahead of me. There is something small I would do before I return. Something small, huh? Could not have asked for a better comrade. Only it could have been part of your adventures for longer, Flippibo. Alas, fate dictates that I have a different role to play. A wish hidden for millennia, brought to light by the good people of Noah. So, what happens in the story is that I guess when he got there, the little message in his head on that bridge was from the future, where Noah is trying to save one version of the future, and timeline stuff is weird. Time travel is weird, but yeah, I guess at this point he already knows what he needs to do with the Crystal Tower, and yeah. Now finally, 'tis my time to realize it. Speak with Ambrose and can't think much find. Oh, gotta travel all the way over there again. Can't we just have a debrief on the steps here? Oh, right. Oh, okay. Well, someone never apparently did a Desperado on their machinist. I was gonna cast a meter down, but never mind. It made someone else happy. It's possible they got their screenshot. I cannot express how glad I am that you returned safely, Popopo. And with the spell, means to dispel the threat of the Crystal Tower for good. Rest, if you will, and let us free ourselves of the specter of the aliens. Alright, I think this is the last quest. With a look of finality upon him, Ambrose seems intent on sealing the Crystal Tower once and for all. I trust you pressed it, my friend. Yeah, I've been standing here for 2 seconds. I'm all good to go. Good. I wish to seal the tower now, but there's something we must do first. Let me summon the others, and hear full well what happened beyond the rift. But he hasn't been debriefed yet, right? So there was a floating eyeball, there was a dragon, I think there were more dragons, and a giant big spooky purple cloud that shot laser beams. I suppose it is not odd to think that his forebears gained it via ancient technology, but who imbued his family with blood, and for what purpose? Mayhap all of this was fate, from discovering the tower to Graha gaining Une and Joga's blood. Has Graha said anything, for that matter? Where is Graha? And what of Nero? I'm not sure about our resident historian, but Nero left the tower with me. Where he has vanished to since, I cannot say. Yeah, it does have that. I feel like it's intentional in a way, because it kind of, whether, artificially or not, it makes the world feel full, because there's people going this way and that everywhere. But, because some of those games where, they have the beginning quest area, like level 1 area, and then you only see new players, and then once they're out, that's it. It's, I feel like that, and then also how they, set up, quests to return to old areas. It just helps give this feeling like there's still a lot of people. Great return! But knowing him as I do, I don't believe he'll scheme against us for the time being, though he is still Nero. And he'll try and find his super special power, but I'm sure we'll stumble upon his path and stop him again. Say, Fapupu, you say Graha stayed behind the Crystal Tower. I wonder if he even now prepares to steal the place off. Master Ambrose! Master Ambrose! Says Graha Tia, sir. He came to the Crystal Tower and began ordering researchers out. What? Why would he do such a thing? I don't know, sir, but he was quite insistent. He all but bloody forced me out of the gates. I suppose possible he told one of the others, but I wasted no time in finding out. I thought it best to hasten back here and ask for your guidance. Very well. Let us go and speak with the researchers and get to the bottom of this queer business. Mr. Garland, Fapupu, please come with me. No doubt Graha means to seal off the Crystal Tower, but it worries me that he did not breathe a word of his plan to us. I'm glad they're not like complete idiots who are like, I have no idea why he's still doing all this. They actually draw conclusions, like smart conclusions. Oh, we gotta go back, are you kidding me? Annoying. Pray, return to the Crystal Tower. I wonder if anyone plays a Rogadin through the main story, if, like, it makes comments about how big their character is. Like, we gotta go through this small hole. How you'll be able to fit through it, I wonder. I have no idea, but we'll do our best, or whatever. Because I noticed, like, with Lalafell, whenever, I was getting up from being knocked out, I hopped to my feet. Instead of just kind of, like, stepping up. They have their, like, little quirks and personalities here, depending on what race you are. It's just kind of cool. What in the world was Graha thinking, demanding we leave the tower? No doubt you want to know why. I wish I knew that myself. Of course, he would tell me nothing, but he will be honest with you, miss. Of that I'm certain. I'm getting better at not reading word for word, though. I think I get hung up if I, like, try to fix my, misreading something. Go no further, my friends. The doors will close ere long. So you are, of mind to seal the tower, Graha? I know time is of the essence, but all I ask is a hint of your plan. Please. Come here so we can discuss this. No, my apologies, I cannot. He's like a cat at the top of the stairs. It's like, come over here. And it's like, no, I will not come to you, and you are not being past these stairs. Come on, man, what is this nonsense? If I was amiss, surely you can help. Not this time, my friend. Just as Une and Doga fulfilled their destiny, so too must I fulfill mine. My blood has awakened me to this fact. As my father told me, the truth was always lain in Alig, or rather, 'twas there that Twas there the wish I must grant was born. You see, not all the world perished in Zonde's calamity. Survivors stood amidst the ruins of Aleg, looking to the Crystal Tower, but it was nowhere to be seen. Yet they hoped its spires would again dominate the land, and prayed that the Crystal Tower would be a beacon of hope to people everywhere. Word of this soon reached our only member of Aleg's royalty. Soon reached the only member of Aleg's royalty to outlive the Empire, the Princess Selena. Selena was moved by the people's dearest wish. She used the very best of Aleg's technology to give her blood and memories to he whom she trusted most. That man was my forebearer. Ah, yeah, so Selena did sleep with a cat boy. For millennia we awaited. Al's art and ingenuity faded. Our royal blood grew thin. But before the last drop could vanish from the realm, the memory of all that is returned to me. And now I must fulfill the purpose of the ancients. The tower will shine forth as a new beacon of hope. Because the tower's strength poses too great a threat to yours, you know. We would need technology as advanced as the Galads to use it correctly. As things stand, we barely understand the tower's workings. Hells, we may never fully comprehend them. 'Tis as you say, Sid. We could wait for someone someday to reach the same heights as Alec. But by then, we may have lost the royal blood and the means to control the tower. And what if I do as Amon did? But what if I do as Amon did and put the tower into a deep sleep? You wouldn't dare. But you cannot mean that. I'm deadly serious, Sid. The tower may only be used once men rival the Alex in knowledge. I will slumber within Circus Tower until then, to greet those with the means to open the gates. Then I will guide them, and thus will the tower shine forth as the beacon of hope, it was meant to be. 'Tis the only way to make the wishes of the ancients come true. Come on, give me that Final Fantasy III music. The future is where my destiny awaits. There it is. Nostalgia. But as yours lies outside these doors, go. Create a future where hope reigns, and tragedies of the past are but memories. No one but you can accomplish such things. Nothing we say will make you change your mind, will it? Yep. Onwards to a brighter future. It won't be easy, of course, but that's exactly what we'll do. We'll catch up with Alec, just you wait. We'll cover all the lost ground before you even know it. With that said, Wedge, it'll only be a few years before we come knocking, Graha. Then you're in for a rude awakening. You shall be witness to Noah's accomplishments. Pray, keep alive our success, and forgive our failures. And may we meet again, my friend. The 12 keep you till then, Rambrose. I look forward to learning of your exploits. And you, Flippable, I know that history will remember you. No doubt your heroism will be as the star by which I can chart my course when I wake. Well, now I must rest. Recalling so much has put me in the mood for sleep. Farewell, my friends. I eagerly await the future born of your courage and the ancient's wish. So yeah, for all he knows, he's probably going to be in there for thousands and thousands of years. So, yeah. There's Nero. The Crystal Tower slumbers again, then. 'Tis too quiet for my taste. Goodbye, Sid. I must put all this in at my back. Possibility beckons, and I am bound to follow. A new dawn has come for me. Oh, that's an interesting sound. Wink, wink. I feel like the only problem I have with Final Fantasy's lore telling is that when the developers are like, oh, the hints were always there. If you just paid attention, you would see this and that would all make sense. I feel like it's still left a little too vague for you to make those kind of assessments. Like, sure, that thing made a weird sound, and obviously it kind of looks like we're not going to be finished with the Crystal Tower. It's just too big of a monument for us just to leave it at that. But the way that they ended that particular story, and what we came to expect is, in terms of Final Fantasy, or video game, like, storytelling in general, it's like, is that... I don't know, let's see, here's Crystal Tower, we gotta speak around Bros. Okay, one more last debrief. Maybe it does give like a sliver of like a hope that we were actually going to return to it. Let's see what it says here. You've just missed Sid, Popopo. There is much that needs his attention if he's to fulfill Graha's wishes, it seems. But this is not the end of Noah. No matter how lonely St. Quinnox's find has become for our friend's departure. We must all walk in different directions now. Remember that we labored for a brighter future, lit by Graha's beacon. Sealing the Crystal Tower was but the first step. Farewell, my friend, may our paths cross again. You have completed the Crystal Tower series. By speaking to Silly at St. Quinnox's find, you can accept a quest that allows you to trade items obtained by repeating the Crystal Tower Alliance trains. Cool. Well, that's it for that mission. So what were we? We were on part 5, weren't we? Yeah, I got part 5 and part 6 to do this for the main story, so... At the end of a large-scale operation, marshalling the combined might of the 3 city-states, the Warrior of Light emerges triumphant in the Praetorium. The Empire's stronghold over the realm thus broken, the leaders of Eorzea declared that the 7th astral era has dawned, but the celebration would prove short-lived, for there can be no light without shadow. But yes, everyone take note. That was Crystal Tower raid. That's pretty important for main story stuff. And it's weird whenever it's like, oh, that's optional content, but then it still ties into the main story. Prey return. We gotta go down back to the Waking Sands again. I don't think we're done with this for at least a good couple of quests. It's almost become a ritual to fly all the way back here. Over and over and over. At least we don't have to go down that path all the time. Hey, Tatara, what do you gotta say here? The Guardian threat may have abated. There's no end to the work we Scions do. In our unique ways, may every one of us continue to strive to make a better Eorzea. Yeah. Usually they got a little bit of dialogue to be like, well, we don't have the expansion anywhere close to being ready, but, you know, have fun. We'll try to throw in events to keep you entertained while we're working on the next story step. $60? What did I do that for? Or $50? Gambling with the stream in the BG? What did I do? There's gambling based on how much someone's going to stream. Were they doubting that I would be streaming as much as I was? They're like, oh, she'll probably get tired and skip ahead or something. Oh, Fapupu, it pleases me to see you, Mom. That's a target. Do excuse me for interrupting, Fapupu. My lady, the gentleman from Ashgana Exports, has just left. I understand now why you didn't want to receive him. You did well, Tataru. Please inform the guards that we will not be receiving any further guests this afternoon. Thank you, milady. Yeah, so since they saved the realm, everyone wants a little bit of, wants her hand inside. Yeah, she'll explain it here. Ever since we defeated Gaius Ben Belsar and destroyed his ultimate weapon, the eyes of the world have followed us follow our every move, scarce remembering to blink. Where once we worked in secret, with precious few friends and all too many enemies, we are now besieged by benefactors, each one more eager than the last to offer his complete support. I am a good luck charm, just by default. You better believe it. Let's see. A true embarrassment of riches. Of course, every promise of patronage comes with a price. Some make their intentions known from the start, while others endeavor to engage us more subtly. Just how they will, the message is ever the same. They shall help you, but only if you help us. The gentleman Tadara spoke of was more brazen than most. In exchange for certain supplies, he would have us resolve a business dispute. Naturally, I refused him, as I have every other merchant of his ilk. Alas, the Syndicate's overtures are not so easily rejected. When we formed the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, it was the goal of serving Eorzean, not the interests of individual Eorzeans. Our neutrality is fundamental to our cause. Head pat. Well, I can add a head pat. I'll add a head pat. A head pat. But it's not the window I wanted to open up. Oh, good, it didn't ask me to update. I have certain programs open, or on my hotbar that I accidentally click on sometimes. That is not what I'm looking for. I want this, and that is not what I'm looking for either. Start. Which one is it? Is it this one? No, wait, it's actually labeled as head pat. NA head pat. Okay, we got head pats. Actually, let me make your hand bigger. Obviously, your hand is not how I want to move myself. Dang it, I just moved myself. Yeah, I'm good. Okay, we're good. We're all good. Head pat extreme. That's what this playthrough is. In my heart, I know this to be true, and yet, if accepting these offers of patronage could empower us to do greater good, might they not warrant greater consideration? Don't do it, Minphilia. It's not worth it. Don't be indebted to these people. They're lone jerks. Our Baldessian colleagues have been generous beyond measure, but we can't expect them to. Forgive me. I did not mean to burden you so. Fine, I understand. A lot of money, a lot of things you could do with it. But again, you don't want to owe these people anything. Do you know who they are? You've even said it yourself. They're the Syndicate. They're called the Syndicate. You don't trust people called the Syndicate. Yet, my urge to share this dilemma may not be wholly misguided. Might I impose upon you to consult with the others? They're like to have their own opinions on this matter. Can't you just do your own job and ask your people yourself, really? Why do I gotta do your work? Are you shy? Some leader you are. I seriously don't know why she's in the lead, because she doesn't do anything. She doesn't fight. All she does is basically just give speeches. A regular politician. It's okay, no worry of light, I'll be the gopher. Alright, oh, I gotta speak to individually. Lame. Alright then, kid, what is your knowledge? Are you still feeling a little bit butthurt from being taken over by Nassian? Fortune begets power, and power fortune. That we, and especially you, have power beyond doubt. The question is what to do with it. You may be interested to know that there is a growing belief amongst refugees that Alamego could be liberated, if only asylums could commit their strength to the cause. Yet theirs is but one of many causes. We stand at a crossroads, Fupupo. Each path is paved with good intentions, but where they lead is far from clear. Well spoken, and way to give me not a solid answer. Recall your meeting of the Admiral shortly after the Lumens sent word of the summoning of Titan. It may hap you also recall my words to our host. I said unto Merwin that her people had broken their treaty with the kobolds, and that the beastmen had justly responded, though he had been called to intervene in a conflict which she herself had invited. I spoke in short the truth. And wherefore did I speak? Because owing no allegiance to Limsa, I felt no compulsion to allow the Lumens to distort the facts, to fit a narrative which justified their actions and absolved them of guilt. Upon this subject, Minfili can expect a similar reply. Are many dalliances within the city-states have already weakened our claim to neutrality, but the path she contemplates would see us relinquish it entirely. If I could read it properly, she does have a very nice way of speaking. She's very smart. She's a smart cat girl. None can deny that we would benefit from more support, but if it comes at a cost to our principles, neutrality was ever a delicate matter. I've lost count of the times I've had to explain to people that our allegiances need not necessarily lie in the same place as our headquarters. Mind you, if we are to sell our services for Gil, we might as well declare our field to the Uldo now, and have done with it. I'm quite sure you would enjoy the bribes. I've been receiving a lot of gifts lately, but Papalino keeps making me send them back. It wouldn't be so bad if some of them were, but some of them are really nice. I mean, very nearly abandon your principles nice, you know? It's like SpongeBob with the shirt. It's like, Squidward's like, okay, this shirt. Squidward's shirt. Always wanted this shirt. 'Tis the lot of the powerful to attract the covetous as well as the needy. Thus doth the prudence dictate that those with power proffer aid with one hand, whilst the other resteth ever on their hilt. Thank you for speaking in cursive there, Ryonji. Alas, we have not the luxury of time to decipher our petitioner's machinations. Nay, not while the beast tribes do labor on seed, to fight and defeat, to raise up their fallen primals once more. No doubt that they shall return, stronger and bolder both, nor that we shall be the ones to meet them. This sacred charge shall ever be ours. 'Tis but a pity that we are so few, and our fortune so finite. Okay, so he's more along the lines of it's just like, well, I think a majority opinion is we could use the money, but we really can't, we really shouldn't let our neutrality go. And then there's this guy, this idiot. Watch how much of an idiot he's gonna be. Oh, thank you, Spidey. I appreciate the compliment. This situation is not wholly unexpected. I wish I could slap him right now. I know what he's thinking. I know what he's gonna do. And it's gonna ruin everything for everyone. Stupid, ignorant 14-year-old. Which I think is 16-year-old at this point in the story. But I'm pretty sure they start out in Realm Reborn as 14 years old. I think. I too have given much thought to our organization's future. though it would seem I have reached a different conclusion, which is why we don't listen to you. If you came to a different conclusion, then you need to check yourself. What's going on? What's up, Kiki? Good boy. Good boy. Oh, anyways. Mayhap it's time I made my feelings known to the antecedent. Come along, Fubuku. At least someone knows how to talk to the head, even though the head doesn't want to talk to her people. Alphino, Fubuku, is that amiss? You desired counsel, and so you shall have it. Minfilia, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn must leave Ulda. We must do what? As long as we remain within Uldan territory, we'll never be free to act with impunity. Moving our headquarters to Vesper Bay only delayed the inevitable. We have demonstrated our capabilities, and the Syndicate has taken note. It will not suffer our organization to remain independent now. We are far too dangerous for that. Surely you realize that the reason Vesper Bay still lacks an aetherite? They are the reason Vesper Bay still, yeah. I like this. I like how they point out like a lore reason why we don't have an aetherite right here. The Syndicate is, making every operation here inconvenient until we make agreements with them. They know full well how beneficial one would be to our cause, which is why it and other favors will be denied us unless we cooperate. Ulda is no longer suitable. Where would you have us go? Experience has taught us that the appearance of neutrality is important as the reality. Accordingly, we must keep each of the great nations at arm's length, and plant our banner in a place which all agree is beyond their borders. Mordona. I was about to say, I speak of Mordona. Mordona is basically like a no man's land, but it's been taken over by the adventure sort of coalition. Revenant's Toll, to be precise. It lies within neutral territory and offers all the essential facilities we require. By way of an additional benefit, it is also frequented by a veritable legion of adventurers who may serve to supplement our ranks. Oh, good. I'm alive, I swear. I just had a weird... Okay. I am, of course, conscious of the fact that we have developed a certain bond with Ulda and her people over the years. But I truly believe that this is the best course of action. As you yourself observed, we have invaluable ties to the local community, forged through years of concerted effort. Ulda is our home, Alphino. To cast aside everything we've built and start anew in that desolate wasteland would be beyond reckless. The decision is yours to make, Antecedent. I only ask that you recall the shared purpose which first moved us to found the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and which moved you to found the Path of the 12 ere that. We aspire to an ideal, you and I, just as my grandfather did. That makes us more than mere comrades in arms. You're as much your family as... That will be all, Alphino. I'm sure you have some familiar affairs of your own to attend to. Your concern is most generous, but no. I have left them in the hands of men better suited to the task than I. I cannot very well allow my personal affairs to come before the needs of the Order, after all. He's being sarcastic. He he really deserves a slap in the face. Oh, right, I remember this part in the story. She really doesn't want to leave because she has a personal issue with the fact that she lost contact with her mother. And so she stays here because she's pretty sure at some point her mother might come join up. Wait, Ulda, has it truly come to this? Oh, Fapupu, pray attend to Alpha now. He's engaged in some business or other and requires your assistance. Pray be on your way. Alpha will wait upon you. And have much to think about. Oh, and tell him he shall have my answer in due time. And Philly is not a very good leader. She's even letting her personal feelings and private matters get in the way of a organization designed to help the world. Which, here we go. Alpha knows everything, apparently. Confound it. She knows that what must be done, and still she hesitates. All because of these fanciful rumors. I should explain. Philly's mother, well, adoptive mother, was among the great many who perished during the calamity. Flamin? Flamin? I don't know. Flamin was her name, so you may know her better as the songstress of Ulda. She was a performer of singular talent, and much beloved by the people of Eorzea, not to mention a certain Charlian minstrel. As you may imagine, the news of her passing was greeted with shock and disbelief by her adoring followers, many of whom refused to acknowledge what had happened. That her body was never found only served to encourage speculation. Menphilia too struggled at first to accept the truth, but Flamin's absence stretched from months into years. But as Flamin's absence stretched from months to years, she saw that there could be no other explanation. Until recently, at any rate. For whatever reason, rumors have once again begun to circulate that Flamin is alive and well. One of our informants, Father Iliad, has sent word that a woman matching the songstress description has been seen of late on the seaside resort of Costa del Sol. If we could succeed in tracking her down, I would have no doubt that any worries that now plague Menphilia's heart might be assuaged. I mean to set forth at Lenosha at once. Let's reconvene there and inquire with Master Gegeruji as to the veracity of these rumors. So many big words. Alright. Let me make sure. I think I still have some water. Okay. Ada. Hopefully that wasn't like too crazily out loud. Alright, Gegeruji. Mr. Rich Lullafellow being fanned by a bunch of cat people. Finger guns, yeah. You've arrived. Let us see if Master Gegeruji can shine any light upon the rumors regarding Fleming. Yeah, has she been fanning you at all? In order to make up for lost wages? Oh, well, thank you. And yes, I am having fun. It's a very complicated game, though. As you've probably guessed from just how much I've been doing this. And I've been hammering away at the story. So, yeah, it's a lot. Oh, sweet siren of the sands, my Makode muse, why have you forsaken me? Titan's bane, I mean, Flippable. What brings you to my, humble resort? Flemon? You mean to tell me the goddess made flesh who dwelt among us until very recently was the songstress of Ulda? Egad's woman? If I had known that, I would have chained her to my bedpost and never let her leave. For a shame to think that she now plies her trade for riffraff off to the west. For the riffraff off to the west. And wherever she said she was going. It's a tragedy, I say, a tragedy. West, is it? Thank you, Gigaruji. Your information will serve us well. That said, there are a number of places she could be. I shall begin my search by the docks and see if any witnesses have come to knowledge to spare. I would be most appreciative if you could travel to Wineport and do the same. Oh, there is kind of a funny little, side story here going through this zone. What you have to do here is every once in a while there's a fate that spawns that, I think she starts right here, but she's collecting seashells, but, she's a courtesan that, is supposed to meet up with a man, at a shack out here. And then she's like, oh, but it's dangerous along the way, I better get an escort. And yeah, like these jellyfish creatures with tentacles and that, they'd attack her. Yeah, birds and stuff, you gotta keep away from her. Actually, I think it's just jellyfish that attack her the entire way. They spawn as you're escorting her. And then she goes over to this shack. It's very obvious that nothing say-so is going to be happening in that small shack. It's got a little bit of adult humor just kind of nestled in there, especially in the text-only, little speech bubble part of the game where you have to, zoom in and actually read what they're saying. It doesn't, put it in NPC chat or anything over here. But I think they had, I remember reading, there was some artwork about the fate and stuff. Alright, does anyone know where Flamin is? Well, visit Fukuku, the savior of Wineport. To what do we owe the pleasure? Yes, we did receive a customer mentioning that description. She was a delight to behold, to give the woman her due, but her perfume was so ghastly, I had no choice but to eject her from the premises, interfering with tastings, with tastings, you understand? If she's your query, do not consult your blind associate. His olfactory perception is without peer. Given that I could smell the woman from a mile away, I dare say he could smell her from 10. Are you saying that she's got old grandma perfume on? I mean, she is actually a grandma kitty in the story here. She's kind of an aging Makode. It's funny though that Gigaruji's just still into her. You want to know if I've seen a Makode last by the name of Flemon? I wish. I haven't seen that last of any description for far too bloody long. Except yourself, of course. I like the little flavor text there. It's like, hello. Right here. Lamani. I see you've had many grand adventures since we last spoke, Kabubu. You must share them with me sometime. The girl from a little while ago. One does not forget a perfume like that. So robust and intoxicating, yet simultaneously familiar. Reminiscent of a bloom native to these parts, in fact. I asked as much when we spoke. She complimented my powers of observation and asked me where she might find some of the flowers. So I told her to follow the road south to Raincatcher Gully, and then head east after crossing the second bridge. The flowers which grow in the shade of the cliff have the strongest scent, you see. If you make haste, you may yet find her there. Alright, time to round up Minfilia's adoptive mom. Man, Minfilia is like the biggest Mary Sue, though. It's like she's got a special gift. She has no defining talents besides this ordained gift that was just plopped onto her with no further explanation. And then her mom's basically the equivalent of a celebrity. Well, she is a celebrity, basically. Can I... Oh. This is the button I need to push. I am in your debt, stranger. I did not realize my activities had roused the Goobo's ire until it was too late. Their oils can be used to make a perfume, I see. You see, and You're harvesting Goobo oil? Gross. Fleming, I don't... Who are you? Whom do you serve? It appears you've already found our woman. Consider me impressed, my friend. Where did you come from, Alphina? I thought you were on the coast. The songstress of Ulda, I presume. Minfilia, or should I say, Acilia, is looking for you. Acilia? I don't know these names. I don't get them. You are the very picture of health, my lady, yet the world thinks you dead. I can only conclude that this was by design. The question is why? Not everyone who endeavors to find me does so with the best intentions, child. You'll be pleased to know that I fully intend to reveal myself to Minfilia when the time is right. Oh, well, that does please me. More than you know. But tell me, sojourns in the forest of Lenocia aside, when exactly will that the time be right? When I deem it so. Do you imagine I traveled all this way on a whim? I was telling your associate prior to your intrusion. I like how she just casually, basically is insulting him back. I came to harvest these flowers and use them in perfume. Does that satisfy your curiosity, or would you interrogate me further? She's quite the aloof character. My apologies for the interruption. Anyway, now that we all have that which we came for, might we continue this conversation in a late, safer locale? Wineport, say? Rescued yet again from the jaws of a ravenous Goobo. How quickly we forget the lessons of the past. Though I was not solely to blame for that foolishness. This is not at all how I envisioned it. I can scarce begin to imagine what emotions must go through Minfilia's heart when she reunites with her mother after all these years. I don't know if she's giving us enough explanation as to why she's not going and seeing Minfilia. There must be another reason why. Despite her years of nomadism, it would seem Lady Fleming has kept a close eye on affairs of our order. Surprisingly close, in fact. Suffice it to say, she is nothing but, if not resourceful. One does not develop such skills without effort, or without reason. Ah, very observant of you. Fleming has made her peace and is ready to reunite with her adopted daughter. You say my daughter awaits us in Bestwood Bay, yes? I've kept her waiting long enough. I must be off on the next ferry. I can finish fashioning the perfume along the way. Understood. Come with me. It would be my pleasure to escort you to the Waking Sounds. Are we going to get teleported to it? Yes, thank you. Thank goodness. Thank you for teleporting me for once. The one time. I wonder if Yoshi P did that on purpose. He's like, I could have done that anytime. Like the nerve of you. Making us travel. Antecedent, you have a guest. Lamin? Celia. So, the letter in front of Makote's names is technically their, like, surname. So whenever you're speaking to him in a familiar, you would drop that letter. That's why Infelia's called her Lamin instead of Fleming. I haven't seen her like this in years, Popo. She's been a stone wall. She shows a little bit of emotion. Man, she's just like the iciest leader ever. I never truly believed it when they told me you were dead. But what kept you away for so long? The Imperials came for me, as I always knew they would. And so I resolved to stay as far away from you as I could. You know, that is kind of a good choice, honestly. If she had shown up earlier, whenever Livia invaded the Waking Sands, I imagine that she would have been part of the casualties or been held hostage, you know. That would have given reason for someone to make Minfilia talk. How she could have predicted that being the case, I don't know. And why she decided to show up now, I don't know either. But anyways, that is convenient, though, that she didn't show up while Olivia was taking Scions as prisoners. Let's see here. And so I resolved to stay away from you as far as I could. At least their pursuit of me endangered you and our cast. I could think of no better way to grant you the freedom to continue our work. And continue what you did, achieving things I would never have imagined possible. I followed your every success and celebrated in secret. I'm so proud of you, Asilia. I learned from the best. I have a gift for you. Celestia perfume. You remembered. How could I ever forget? You wore it all the time. If ever I lost sight of you, I could find you again just by following my nose. I did not think it was made anymore. You must have gone through so much trouble. It's not popular, probably because it stinks. It was no trouble to me, darling. I fear I cannot say the same for Fapupu, however. I could not have made it without her. Be smirking in the background there. Thank you, Fapupu. Thank you both. There's something else. This is the cat's eye I found. All these years you kept it. My father was a member of the Alleghenian Resistance. When I was yet a child, he brought me here to Uldad. The accident which claimed his life happened shortly after our arrival. It was Lamin who took care of me here. She raised me as her own, taught me everything I needed to know to survive. Is that why she's tall? Is she a Highlander? I'm no stranger to the facts of your history, yet I fear I have failed to grasp their implications. It is clear that there is much I do not know about you and your mother both. One of her first lessons to me concerned mining. I was a very dedicated student. The cat's eye was the first stone I unearthed. It wasn't much, but of course I was exceedingly proud to have found it nonetheless. Oh, thank you for the subscription there, Zillan. And, I'm sure the notification will pop up in a moment here. There it is. Yeah, there it is. It's funny, I see the little notice before the little, things that showed on my screen. So I gave it to Lemon as a gift. She said it was beautiful, but there I'm at a loss. Why are you returning this to me? Is something amiss? No, Celia, nothing is amiss. Quite the opposite. I need you to realize how far you've come, and how much further you still must go. Still must go. You and your allies have accomplished more than I could ever have hoped. You've succeeded where I failed, and made me so proud that words fail me. But even as I marvel at the woman you've become, and at all the many things you've done, I can't help but think of that which you've yet to do, and of what they may entail. Celia, daughter, you can't stay here anymore. You and the Scions must leave Ulda. Levine. You built it once, Cecilia. You can build it again. And this time, we'll do it together. Truly? Yes. Mom and daughter, you guys will renovate a brand new headquarters for us. Sure, it'll be a wonderful project instead of her standing around and just holding up a table. Alpha now, the time has come for the Scions to leave Vesper Bay. We shall establish new headquarters in Revenant's Toll, as you proposed. I mean, we did just save the world. I think that they probably can afford us, some sort of lenient labor to get things started up again. Much work lies ahead of us. Inform our fellow Scions and send word to the students of Baldesion. Preparations begin at once. No worries. I can call you Zil. That's fine. I figured it was sort of pronounced like zillion, like a bajillion. Bajillion zillion. Benfilia would share with you the latest news on the Scions' imminent relocation. It is all well and good that we've found ourselves a new home in Remnant's Toll, but there's so much to be done, and in so little time. Our first step will be to secure the cooperation of the Adventurers Guild representatives here. Were it not for the Guild's considerable efforts, the original Camp Remnant's Toll would have never been established, much less its more heavily fortified successor. However, with construction still ongoing, the resources in short supply, it seems certain that the Guild will require something in return for their support, sympathetic to our cause, though they may be. So, for each new expansion, there's usually an outpost that's underdeveloped, and it just over the patch, it slowly builds up. So that's what they're referencing here is back when Revenant's Toll was basically just a campsite. And over each little expansion, they build a little bit more and have a little more features and stuff as, further in-game content is available for that version or that expansion. Whatever they ask, I shall not begrudge it. To be plain, we need them more than they need us. Without their assistance, much essential tasks as securing new facilities, cultivating relationships with local merchants, and recruiting adventurers would prove difficult, if not impossible. You need not concern yourself with such matters, Antecedent. Alpha has already screwed us. He's already taken the syndicate money. Oh, is that spoilers? Sorry, this is a spoilery kind of playthrough. Really, Alphino, you need concern. If I need to concern myself with anything, it is surely matters such as these. Indirectly, perhaps, I submit that you might instead concern yourself with a different matter, namely to whom the resolution of such matters might best be entrusted. And here I am, nor do I come alone. May I present the esteemed emissary of the Adventurers Guild at Redden's Toll. Oh wow, you brought such important people with you. It is an honor, antecedent. Upon receiving word of your intentions from Master Alphino, we thought it best to begin talks at the earliest available opportunity. Know that my associates at Redden's Toll hold the Scions of the Seventh Dawn in highest regard. We should be honored to welcome you in our organization. There are, of course, certain provisions that must needs be negotiated. If it please you, I would do so. It does. Okay. Madam, unless I'm much mistaken, you are the one known as Papupu. Are you not? May I say what a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance. Slackborn spoke of you in the most glowing terms. In terms of, to steal an Imperial Reaper and then use it to infiltrate a Garlean castrum is an undertaking few would contemplate, and few still survive. Shall always be welcome in Redden's Toll. We hope you favor us with your presence ere long. So, those people are where you get, like, if you were trying to level up the traditional way, with the old system that they left in the game. They're like leads, little work tasks, and then you would coordinate with the Adventurers Guild of that town to get those jobs, and then, you complete that little task and you get a little, like, stack of experience based on how fast you complete the task. So that's, at least lore-wise, why he's interested in us being there, so we can, help complete some Adventurers Guild work. Well, it would seem your reputation precedes you, Papupu. Mayhap I should dispatch you to Redden's Toll with all haste, as first intended. But before that, I dare say you've earned yourself a rest. After all you've traveled so far, there's already so much you've done for us, and for me. We will speak again anon. Until then, take care. So yeah, these were like, patch 2.1, patch 2.2, little things that you do. Told you over before the next expansion kind of thing. Papupu, were you able to get some rest? I would ask you to come with me to the Solar. Alphino has just returned, and it would seem there is something he would share with us. Can we just sit there reading a book? I'm such a good little potato. Alright. I was looking at some stats on my YouTube channel. I'm like, finally! It looks like some people are actually checking it out. It's hard to jump into a new game, because, you get, like, a following. If I'm not variety early enough, then I get people that aren't interested in, like, the different things that I get into. If that makes sense. I know people in Twitter and Twitch will probably follow me to the ends of the earth, but on YouTube it's different. It's like, oh, you're not making a video about, Meltus Quest or something like that. I guess I won't watch it. That, or maybe YouTube doesn't even promote it because it's so, like, different than, like, the previous stuff I made. But I gotta stay flexible, otherwise, I'll be that one person that plays Minecraft all the time. You're here, good. I come bearing news. Yes, a slug is very flexible, by the way. The Phasmovit. Yeah, no, it's one of my funnier ones. I need to do more clips like that, because I think those smaller little bite-sized ones, but it's really hard for me. I need a clipper in general, because it's really hard for me to go through and find, like, the moments in my longer streams where I say something silly, and if you take it out of context or you just isolate it does make for a pretty funny. Because when I was listening to that VOD, I was just like, wait a second, that was a quirky little sound. And then I rewound the video a bit and like said, oh, I actually said some pretty hilarious things there. But you know how it is with longer videos. You're like, sometimes it's in one ear, out the other. Negotiations are concluded. And? What are you doing, Ty? There's a little string with a bobble at the end of it for the curtains, and my cat's just like bouncing it back and forth. Hi. Ty, what are you doing? Get your claw out of there. No, you don't. Yeah, there we go. The claw's stuck retracted. Our friends at the Adventures Guild have agreed to furnish us with new facilities and material support in exchange for our assistance in the ongoing defense and development of Remnant's Toll. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn have a new home in Mordona, the Rising Stones. From the waking sands to the rising stones. Yeah. A bittersweet victory, if truth be told. I can't deny that I've come to look forward to Tataro's tales of our many guests and many, many demands. Always the cynical one, aren't you? From the waking sands to the rising stones. Passably poetic. That wasn't your doing, was it? Probably. Given that grin, it probably was his doing. I too have news to share. In expectation of this monumentous day, I personally informed the Alliance leaders of our plans, and they too pledged their full support, General Raubon included. Moreover, I've decided that the time is right for us to cast off the vestiges of our Order's veiled secrecy, and announce ourselves to the world. Pretty sure that is wise, Antecedent. If anything, it is a mere formality. Our existence is quite possibly the worst kept secret in the Order. Talk about calling the kettle black. I think that's the right thing. I'm not sure. Let us affirm our identity. Proclaim our achievements, that all may know that the Scions of Seventh Dawn stand for. Well, obvious risks apart, it would be nice to receive a little more recognition. And the people have the right to know who saved them. It is my hope that this gesture will encourage more the people of Eorzea to place their trust in us. I'll reveal to them the true extent of our power, yes. But in doing so, I would show them that it is a power accountable to no one, and at once all. And what of us? We who have felled primals and faced down the Empire? To you, my fellow Scions, I would say this. Prepare for the challenges which lay ahead, for they will be great indeed. Great, I say, yet no greater than us, and we will rise to them, as we have time and time again, united as one. There must be some way I can... Wait. That area is said to be rich in minerals. Maybe I should ask Fleming to teach me the basics of mining, too. What are you thinking, Tataru? Just trying to be helpful. Okay, before I do that, I gotta take a little leg break. I will be right back, though. You enjoy the fact that I'll probably be looking like a sleeping with my head patting. Okay. I'm kind of back. Just give me a sec to get my chair. Okay. Alright, let's not make the mistake of leaving our little text thing up here. There we go. I am back. Through and through. How you doing there, Cerno, and how you hanging in there, Azil? Did you miss me? Did I make you wait? Did you get all pouty like a little puppy because you were waiting for me? Hey, whose hands on my head? Are you still patting me? Yeah, I kind of wish that there was like an app that I could have where you can control little pre-made assets that I like upload or something. Like make a little dude or whatever, or like this hand pat sort of thing. You could just, my viewers could go and change where things are being patted, whether like my face is getting, smothered or whatever. Okay. Well, let's continue with part 5 of Realm Reborn. Do you ever wonder how he does it? Alpha, I mean. It was almost predictable that he should appear with an emissary of the Adventurers Guild mere moments after I had expressed the need to forge ties between our organizations. Truly a sense of timing rivals even your own. So, setting such mysteries aside for the present, I have a task for you. I would like you to deliver these documents to Slackborn. They concern our forthcoming move. Do take care on the road to represent this and represent us well, Fapupu. Oh, I see. I need to supplement that. I'm actually getting a drawing done. Hopefully I'll get an update and know that it's coming, but let me see here. They did say Monday or Tuesday, so I haven't gotten an update yet. Let me see here. Alright, no updates yet. Yeah, I have a particularly interesting one. Hey, everyone's here, Slug Girl's here, and yes, we're ready to go. Revenant's Tool. Revenant's Tool. I was told to expect a sound, but I didn't expect it to be you. It's been far too long for Lupu. You have something for me, yes? Yes, I do. Let's see now. Yes, everything appears to be in order. You'll be staying with us for a while, yes? Would that we had a dozen more like you? Since we don't, though, we'll just have to give you the work of a dozen men. I jest. And it'd be funny if it wasn't true. He is gonna give me the work of 10 men. I'm gonna have so much work I won't know what to do with myself. Back to the work of a dozen men, I see. But I jest. Yeah, no, you really do have the work of a dozen men for one person. Trust me, I know what comes next. Even I can appreciate an important woman such as yourself has little time for menial tasks. But since you're here, mayhap you've been keen on having a look around the Asylum's new home? See that impressive structure over there? That's the place. It was originally built to house a branch of the guild, you see. As such, it comes complete with a tavern where adventurers can rest from the road. Fill their bellies with good food and drink, and their ears with tales and fortunes to be had about the realm. It may be a bit rancorous at times, but I imagine it'll be as good as as a place as any to recruit capable men and women to your cause. Come with me. I'll join you. I'll show you around. Yeah. Is that you, Popo? I'm quite sorry to interrupt, but I have urgent news. We received grim tidings from Gridania. It would appear our aid is required at once. I must ask you to report back to the Waking Sands with all due haste. Is everything quite all right, friend? If I'm sure of what we're about to encounter here, about the time this patch was released, Japan had that big old flood. And this is where the story kind of took a weird, mix-up of their storytelling. Technically, they were going to release Leviathan in this 2.0 or 2.1 patch or whatever. But the developers thought it was a little too sensitive to have a flood-based creature be in their video game when Japan just went through an actual flood, a tsunami or whatever. So I think we're going after Moogles right now. I can't say I'm privy to the details, but it would appear this is no time for a leisurely tour. But no worries, you rest assured I'll see to all necessary arrangements. Pray return anytime after you've seen to your more pressing matters. Yeah, I'll have to postpone the open house until after I take care of this primal. I'm pretty sure there's a primal. Why do I have to go back to the Waking Sands? Why can't we meet up in Gridania? Pray return. Okay, alright, we're just gonna take a little flight tour over the path that we normally walk all the freaking time on. Every day for like a 2-year span, walking all the way down this path. Look at these people that don't have flight unlocked. They have to make the trip too. Those that are sprouts but haven't unlocked mounts, they have to do it all the time on foot. Pray return, pray return. I'm gonna say it to some people here. Watch. There's gonna be some people that actually have something to say. A message from the Twin Adder came to the Waking Sands while you were in Mordona. I wasn't privy to his conversation with the antecedent, but I did see a look on her face after he took his leave. Something is definitely amiss. It could be that the Ixal have summoned Garuda again, or mayhap Imperial forces have been sighted within the shroud. Well, whatever it may be, I'm absolutely certain it's nothing you can't handle. Now go and ask the antecedent if there is anything you can do. Well, I sure hope that someone responds to my prayed return. Oh, we gotta go in the building. Oh, but I wanted to hear someone else respond to my shout. Oh well. Everyone knows what's up. I bet you those are actually like really legitimately new players though that don't know how to, or don't know half of the information being sent to them. I know that it's a lot to absorb. There's a lot of stuff to fiddle around with this game, and I could personally probably improve on my UI, but I'm lazy and I'm a creature of habit. It works for me. It definitely is the cleanest, but yeah, like I said, it works for me, so let's see here. I knew this day would come, yet I prayed it would not come so soon. You have reason to believe that another primal, or an entity resembling one, has been summoned in Gridania. That would be a Moogle, I'm pretty sure. Then arrival is customarily timely. The etheric waves leave little room for doubt. My talents will be needed their own. Ariana Jane is talking in cursive. If there be truth in my suspicions, 'tis a familiar foe we face, though one quite unlike the Lady of the Vortex. We do not draw conclusions without evidence, but as Ariana says, the readings bear a strong resemblance to the ones observed more than 5 years ago. I had hoped that the Moggles guard beyond such follies. Did you just say Moggles guard? Yeah. This is like 2.1 going into 2.2. I don't know the exact timeline that we're on right now, but we're not even into Heaven's Ward stuff yet. We got a bit of intrigue and, Alpha making the crystal parades and Rolly fucking up before we're even close to Heaven's Ward. So I might be able to hit Heaven's Ward next episode. Maybe, if I really hammer away at the story. But again, I'm trying to read through all of it, so it's just, it's like, how fast can I read it without sounding like I'm, saying gibberish? My presence hath been requested by a master. I really hate French names. It's hard for me to even pronounce them. You waketh thee at the Adder's Nest. Pray hasten to Gridania, Fakubu. Yuna and Papalymo will rendezvous with you there. May you walk in the light of the crystal. I'll be interested if I can, solo level 60 stuff, though. Can I beat all of the level 60 dungeons as my single self, because I do have a high item level? Or will the game throw me a curveball and be like, guess what? You gotta have some friends, and you gotta play it legitimately. That'll definitely probably happen for most stuff in Stormblood and further. Marcel Hiliwa. I have no idea how to pronounce that. It's a pleasure to see you as always, Fakuto. Thank you for answering my summons. Quite frankly, I could think of no one more qualified to... but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Allow me to explain. I also want to pop your name into Google Translate just to hear what your translation actually says. Marcel Hulua wishes to brief you on the latest crisis in Gridania. Hail to the King Koopa. Is that a Duke Nukem reference? I think it is. Not long ago, the Mool Kuplo Cup visited the Adder's Nest to request an audience with the Elder Seedseer. He spoke of an imminent threat to all Moogle kind, one which would imperil the entire 12's wood if left unchecked. You proved an able ambassador to the Sylphs. We would have you reprise the role in our dealings with the Moogles. The rest you should hear from Kubla Kop himself. He awaits you with the Elder Seedseer at the Lotus Stand. The other Scions have already arrived, madam. May I show you in? Yeah, this is kind of a pretty little area. You'll never, ever, ever be able to reach this unless it's a story-pertinent reason. I don't think there's, a way to freebie go and visit this area, so... And there we are. We are our first Moogle. Please, you have to stop them. But you mustn't kill them. They're not bad Moogles, Kupo. Oh, they're just misguided. A gentle, no, firm thrashing is in order, yes, but no. Calm yourself, Kuplo Cup. Can you not see that she hasn't the faintest idea of what you're talking about? Be quiet this instant. Rhea's my favorite of the Bajal. She hasn't turned airheaded like Connie Gibbs. Pray forgive his witless outburst, sister. Most grateful am I that you have come, Popopo, and upon such short notice. Truly, Gridania could not wish for a more stalwart ally. I hate how slow she talks. And Miss Obvious. But you are doubtless eager to know wherefore we summoned you. Our friend Kuplo Cup has brought us news of a most unsettling development. It would seem that the good King Mogomog the 12th has returned to Eorzea. Curious thing to hear, you know? Or I know? Truth to tell, I myself cannot say for sure if he is a genuine figure from history or some manifestation of Mughal mythology. Kuplo here would have me believe the former. Yeah, but knowing what primals are, if you just believe in something hard enough, it can manifest. I'm pretty sure it's never actually existed in reality. Once upon a time, we Mughals served the gods in the heavens. It was quite nice up there, unspeakably beautiful, unimaginably spacious, and with a literally endless supply of wine. Kupo. In spite of this, or possibly because of the last part, the gods eventually became discontent and started squabbling, which made life jolly difficult for the poor Mughals. So good King Mogomog the 12th, may his glorious name ever be live forever, decreed that the time had come to leave Kupo. The realm of man would suffice, he said, so that all Mughals should live there instead. Unfortunately, the two realms so far, apart from, the two realms were so far apart that he couldn't safely fly down. The King Mogomog the 12th, may his miraculous foresight ever be praised, knew exactly what to do, Kupo. He had a rope, you see, the longest one ever woven. This he nobly held while his subjects climbed all the way down to the world below. And that is how we Mughals came to this land, Kupo. All of us except good King Mogomog the 12th. May his courageous sacrifice never be forgotten. He alone would remain in the heavens so that Mughal might at last know peace. Except that he has not remained in the heavens. From I understand, that being your reason for contacting us, yes? Oh, but he tied the rope to something. Good thinking. Remind me again what the problem was with him returning to Eorzea? The problem, Ida, lies in the fact that he was summoned. It is our belief that the good King Mogomog the 12th is a myth made manifest via means akin to those employed by the beast tribes in the summoning of their gods. Wait, are you saying a handful of Mughals with a boatload of crystals wished really, really hard and he just sort of appeared? Would that even work? What I cannot fathom is why they would even try. With Garuda humbled and the Ultima weapon destroyed, that new threat could have prompted them to make, what could have prompted them to take such a drastic measure? Might that not be in itself the answer? Twice in the last half-decade, Eorzea has been brought to the very brink of destruction, only to be spared at the last by the heroic acts of a chosen few. To you who have braved those tempests and survived by virtue of your own strength, this last period of peace would doubtless seem a welcome respite. But to those who had not the power to defend themselves, who are spared only by another's grace, this is merely the calm before the storm. I think the Mughals guard are afraid of what tomorrow will bring, and that things may not end so well as they did yesterday. That fear has driven them to call upon a greater power, one they believe can be relied upon to protect their beloved ones and their homes come what may. I assure you, the Mughals guard only want to protect the forest from outsiders. But ever since the return of King Mughal the 12th, may his boundless grace fill our hearts with love, they started to get a little carried away, Kubo. Verging on a lot, in fact. Like the sylphs who summoned Ramil, you mean? We can't discount the possibility that this entity is influencing the Mughals in a manner similar to that of a primal. We share the same concern. Whoever or whatever the king may be, it is our belief that he poses a threat not only to Mughal kind, but to Gridania as a whole. Thus do we beseech you, Popopo, confront good King Mogulmog the 12th, and drive him out from our midst. Humbly do I thank you. The sanctuary of the Mughals guard and their liege lord is concealed by magic wards. Brother Isumayan of the Conjurer's Guild will doubtless be able to offer insight on how they might be dispelled. Pray seek his counsel ere you proceed any further. Oh, he is just outside of this area here. I like the little Koopa Cop every time he utters King Mogulmog the 12th's name. He has to... Oh no, I got the Pokeball. Am I disconnecting? Is my stream dying? No. Am I about to disconnect? What's going on here? No. Okay, we just had a little bit of lag, that's all. What's going on? Everything was running so smoothly. But yeah, and it gives him an honorific every time he utters his name. Welcome, Popopo. Welcome. That you should be the one to face good King Mogulmog the 12th is of great comfort to me and the elementals both. If you experienced some lag, that was probably just something brief. It passed. I think everything's working good. Feel free to refresh the page if you need to. As I'm sure you know, the Mughals are not, by their nature, a warlike race. Yet should the king be suffered to remain, it is like that his influence will bring about a change in them. Thus does it behoove us to defeat him quickly, before any lasting damage is done. Make whatever preparations you deem necessary and inform me when you're ready to seek the king. I'm ready now! The wards barring access to the king's sanctuary can only be nullified through the use of enchanted keystones. The self-same method employed 5 years ago when the king, when first the king was summoned to Eurasia. It was with great regret that we were forced to sanction the slaying of the guardians, who then held the keystones. For none were in our possession at the time. By the grace of the elementals, however, we have been spared the burden of spared that burden on this occasion. Kublai Khan confided in me that he had been entrusted with a set of keystones by the Mongol guard themselves. Yet, wishing not to betray their confidence, he begged me to find some other means to gain entry to the king's sanctum. Alas, I have been unable to do so, and dare not labor any longer, for fear that the Mughals might succumb to the corrupting influence of their liege lord. We must needs have Kublai Khan's keystones, so pray go to him and beg his assistance. He waits at the wet shore pier. Impress upon him our great need, and I am certain he will yield. So, he has a way to the Mughal sanctuary, where this primal is. And he wants us to fix it, but he doesn't want to give us the key. So, yeah, but I made a promise. It's like, Kublai Khan, I think this is one of those times you break promise. I'm pretty sure... Well, actually, I'm going to take a teleport there. I don't want to walk all the way there. I'm pretty sure your friends will forgive you for saving them from being mind controlled by a false deity. You know, they might come around eventually and realize that eternal enslavement is not as good as a promise being broken. So, how will you do it, Kupo? Oh, he told you about that. Well, if there truly is no other way, I'll do it, Kupo. Take the ferry to the Sweet Bloom Pier. I'll go on ahead. Yes, I implore you, Mughal. We are not going to get this done any way sooner. Uh-oh. Look at those big Kupos. Don't you dare lie to me, Kupo. I know what you're planning, and I won't allow it. Open your eyes, Kupo. The king will never be satisfied, no matter how many crystals you bring him. We offered you a choice, and this is how you repay us? By consorting with this Lalafell? I love the little points, whenever the story points out to who you are. It's not just generic dialogue. Imperials, Gridonians, Sylphs, you are no different than the rest of them. Actually, you're worse, Kupo. Traitor to his kinsnobles, he plots treason against the crown. Enough, Kublai Khan. Enough. Kublai Khan will answer for his crimes soon enough, as will all who defy the will of good King Mogollon the 12th. May he reign forevermore, Kupo. And we have the serious one in the middle. The king is planning to purge the 12's wood of his enemies, Kupo. We've got to stop him before it's too late. So, fun little fact, when we get to this fight here, the music is actually sung by the same group of people that did the This Is Halloween from Nightmare Before Christmas. I think it's the same actors or whatever. And then, of course, you know, you get the weird people that are like, listen to this song. Which, when it was relevant, the song did give a big hint as to, like, how to defeat this, but, yeah, it's just, I thought it was kind of cool they were able to get those actors to do the primal music. The entrance to Thorn March is deep within the Bramble Patch, Kupo. If you take me there, I can nullify the ward. But be warned, the Mogul Guard has set traps to lure enchanted beasts. I can't hide them, so you'll need to protect me, Kupo. Escort Kublai Khan safely to the ward entrance. Should you fail to defend him or move too far away, he will return to Sweet Bloom Pier, where you may rendezvous with him and try again. So, pretty much we just gotta walk. It might be easier if we, Really? He's so slow. I mean, I said we would walk, but he's still so slow. Can you go faster than that? Since a hostile presence. No. I'm gonna run out here. Maybe, yeah, okay, he does go a little faster. Never mind, we're not gonna walk. We'll go one. We're gonna run to make sure he's still following us. Okay, good. Come on, look up. A little faster. Oh, jeez. Legacy controls. Not gonna happen. And yeah, all these monsters just want to eat the guy up. When you're leveling up, it's a little annoying, but it's not like impossible. It is just like, oh, I guess you are getting attacked. Yeah, come on! Where's the seedling? Keep going, Koopa. We're here, Koopa. I haven't seen any more beasts, do you? Are you ready to face the king, Koopa? Then step closer to the ward. Raise your hand and focus. Like when you attune to the ether. To an etherite, Koopa. I'll open the way for you. So yeah, it just looks like a bramble bush. But there we go. You, Koopa. Now go and teach those foolish moguls a lesson and send the king back whence he came. I didn't want to attack you, but... Okay, you're in my way. It'll be easy. Koopa, where in the seven hills are they? Meddling adventurers, I'd wager. Moguls guard, to arms, defend the King Koopa. Defend the King Koopa. Whisker, Wallop, Kitty Koopa. Koopsie Koopa. Alright, I hate to ruffle your fluff, but you're in my way. Ice, right, what am I doing? Hello. Damn you. These guys actually have mouths on them. I didn't know that. Oh, right, that was a conjurer. They were gonna try and raise. And you did. Thank you for the host, Zillion. He just shows up. Like, alright, here we are. Momentum mobile. There's a little blast. One foul was all it took. Aww. I guess we don't get to hear the music. Oh well. I think they touched up on the shrug emote. Normally you don't give a weird, like, face. It was just like a rolling of the shoulders. It was really hard to pick up on. I think that was nice that they added the little expression there to the emote. You did it, Koopa! You did it! Good King Rogamon the 12th, may his mighty soul rest in peace, is no more. I thought for sure I was going to have to use, like, more than one spell, but, whatever. Shudder to think what might have happened had you not stopped the move guard when you did. Thank you, Popo. Perhaps now they'll come to their senses and stop playing at fairy tales. Rest assured that the chieftain will have choice words with them too. You should go and tell Paknipak that the king is no more, Kupo. She's with Reo at Camp Tranquil and can relay the news to the chieftain. Oh, not that person. This one. Fuck me, fuck. Do I dare believe my ears? Good King Mogamog XII, may his magnificent virtues serve as an example to us all, has fallen. All Mugglekind owes you a debt, Kupo. Ah, I sense Rio wishes to congratulate you as well. I shall let you speak without fear of interruption. Rio wishes to congratulate you on the victory over good King Mogamog XII. Your bravery and service to the 12 women or Muggles shall not be forgotten, Kupo. My sister will doubtless wish to hear the tale of this great victory from the mouth of the woman responsible. Pray return to the Lotus stand, and treat her with a full account of the day's events, while the details are yet fresh in your mind. Okay, I'll go talk to the lady who speaks at the Temple of 10. I am going to interact here, click on that, conjures you, there we go. Faster back. Elder Seatsier is expecting you, madam. May I show you in? Thank you kindly. Hmm. Fukuku, you were returned to us, unharmed and victorious. Thus I have two reasons to be glad. Alright, she talks slow. What am I doing? Yet many questions remain unanswered. If you would be so kind as to oblige me, I would feign here all that occurred in Thornmarch. And it is as we feared. Oh, hey, thank you there, Dylan, for the gifted subs. Aww. And in comes all of the people. They're like, wait a second, I just got a sub. What's going on here? Thank you, I appreciate it. The king really is a primal? But he really isn't, is he? I mean, the Mughals don't worship him, for one thing. He's not even a god to them. That doesn't sound like any primal I've ever heard of. Well, how about you open your mind a bit, Ida, and contemplate the idea of how they regard him to the status of God. He's such a goodly king. Then mayhap the fault lies with the definition. The fact remains that through a combination of power contained in the crystals and the force of their collective faith, the nobles called forth a being that by rights should not exist. Moreover, when slain, said being left no corpse, the ether which comprised him instead being scattered to the four winds. According to the accepted definition, he may not be a primal, but the mode of his manifestation was in every respect the same. Which means Ascians. This whole business reeks of their handiwork. Koopa? They said it was a masked man who had taught them how, years ago. But Gridania has no shortage of masked men. And I never thought to question. Confound it all. How many of them more will they ensnare with their tainted gifts? Yeah, and, when you're helping, like, even lurking and stuff, it also helps, because I do occasionally try to, like, see how far I am up on the viewership board. And after I've streamed for a while, I don't think I show up, like, in the recently streaming list and stuff. So yeah, it helps in case, someone's wandering the internet and they're like, let me see what the itty-bitty tubers are doing. Okay, back to slow speeching. Too many, I fear. So long as there are paragons to stir the embers, fools to build the pyre, and crystals to feed the flames, ever and again shall we suffer primal visitation. A somber thought, but a salutary one. She used a word I don't know. My heartfelt thanks, Fapupo. Already the information you have provided has proven invaluable. The Grand Serpent Marshal and I have much to discuss. Oh, and before you do, my lady, I was hoping we might finish discussing that other matter. Of course, Ida. The matter of which you speak has even now been settled. The Scions shall not want for support. We shall be glad to send additional supplies to Revenant's Toll. I knew we could count on you, my lady. While Ida and I remain to discuss the particulars of our arrangement with the Elder Seedseer, mayhap you could return to Waking Sands and apprise the antecedent of all that has transpired. Pray return. Oh, no, yeah, no. And I even moved 2 hours ahead on my time zone stuff, and it's only 7:30 here. I mean, back at my old place, it would have been 5:30. People in my area would have just been getting off work. But, yeah, that is kind of what sucks about the magic of the internet, I guess. You can find people all over the world, but also people live all over the world, so time zones don't always match up. I should have made Horizon one of my preferred teleporting things while I did this. I wasted so much time and so much money going to this stupid teleport. And now they're going to hammer it home that, yes, it'll be good that we go to the Rising Stones after this. By the way, do you want to go to the Waking Sands another 5 times, just to be sure? Are you sure you're done with this area? Yes, I am. I am completely done with this area. My hope, too, with vlogging this experience, is that I don't have to do this again. I can just be like, yo, I didn't have much of an audience, but I did it. And if you want to reference my thoughts on it, then just look at the series back whenever I was doing it. So, because, Final Fantasy is going to, at least for the next 10 years, have more stuff to do. They've projected to doing one more overarching story, at least. Like, from A Realm Reborn to Endwalker is one. And then whatever they come up with next is going to be another overarching story. But, yeah, hopefully I don't have to do 20 years worth of content at any point. I might still do it at some point, but yeah. It's a good story. Let's not think about, the fact that I'd be playing the same darn game for 20 years, though. It is good to see you're hale and healthy, Popopo. I received word from Ida and Papalemo that you felled good King Morgomog the 12th, but I had hoped to hear your version of the tale. So it is as they said, summoned with the same methods they used by the Beast Tribes and taught by the Asans. Though unfortunate, this incident did at least serve to remind the Elder Seed Seer of our usefulness. Her offer of additional support could not have come at a better time. My thanks, Popopo. You're welcome, antecedent. Oh, of course they have to throw this picture here. She's about to have an oh no, bad time, bad touch, experience. Owing to the tireless efforts of all concerned, we are at long last ready to bid farewell to Vesper Bay. So as to avoid drawing undue attention, we shall make the journey to Revenant's Toll in small groups, departing in irregular intervals. Least you doubt, it is still my intention to conduct future operations openly, but on this particular occasion, the need for caution overrides all other concerns. To move north as one plotter's caravan would only serve to invite attack. It seemed only right that I should be the last to leave, and I would have you remain with me until the end, Popopo. Upon my departure, the Waking Sands will formally cease to be our headquarters, and the premises will be given into the care of Rayange. I had thought to relinquish the property, but he was quite adamant, and I had not the heart to disagree. These walls have borne witness to some of the brightest and darkest moments in our Order's history. Mayhap it is best that we do not forsake them entirely. No, I think Rayange just wanted his own place. Rayange shall remain here and devote his energies to studying the nature of primals. By the grace of the 12, he will one day discover the permanent solution that we have sought for so long. Of course, he will not be alone. Alice shall continue to work closely with him as well. Should they require our assistance, I have their assurances that they will not hesitate to contact us. Speaking of Rayange, would you inquire of him of any tasks that remain undone? I cannot escape the feeling that I've forgotten something important. Don't forget Tipsamati. It's right behind you, but usually you kind of forget things that are sitting right there in the open. This is what happens sometimes with me. I need repair. And you're a mender, so I'm just going to use you. I think all of the regular shops like these, they are actually broken in the open world when you're on New Game Plus. All of the menders don't mend. It's so dumb. Thou art ever welcome, Pupupu, but I require no assistance. Pray, take thy leave unburdened by concern for my well-being. Verily, thy countenance bespeaks a desire to quit this place without further delay. Perhaps thou thinkest the chapter of our tale concluded, that these halls should rightly be consigned to the annals of history? A man's eagerness to seize the future, how readily he doth set down the past. Full many a proud pioneer hath bravely striven into the great unknown, only to find that the banner of his ancestors faded by the eons, and still man glorieth in his discoveries. 'Tis through his pride that the wisdom doth ever give way to ignorance, while they who lurk in shadow remain hidden, lost no sooner than they are found. Hey, I almost read cursive perfectly. Be not offended, Pupupu. Thy conduct hath ever been beyond reproach. Despite thy surpassing strength and thy many victories, thou hast never been so convinced of thine own greatness as to imagine thyself above the felons of thy forebears. Mayhap it is the echo which hath opened thine eyes to the lessons of history, but that the same could be said of... thank you for the biddies there, Azul. I don't know if my voice impersonations come through very clearly. Maybe the tone kind of comes through, but, slug girl voice and all that, it's hard to... I'm sure it's not as, pronounced if I used my normal voice. Alright, well, hey, thank you for hanging out, and have a good night. The bot will be up probably tomorrow sometime. I usually tell it to upload to YouTube so that it has time to do the HD version before I make it live. Usually that gives it enough time, but sometimes the website's slow. Anyways, I'll catch you around. Oh no, Minfilia, I literally walked away for 2 seconds, and she's already screaming. What the heck did happen? Whence came that cry? The solar, forfend, the antecedent. You can speak cursive even in alarm? Wow, that's impressive. But. You must. Sorry, having a bit of a migraine here. You're just having a little moment, aren't you? Tell me, Louis Swan, what would you have done the same? Louis Swan LEVIATHAN was a remarkable man, wise beyond mortal measure. Would that I had met him prior to his passing. Oh no, a white Asian. An Asian? Here? How? How readily you see, you are indeed gifted, antecedent. But you're not like the others, you're rogues. Gifted but ignorant. Yet I shall not judge you harshly. The fault lies with your forebears. It has been millennia. Mine are the robes of an emissary. Unlike he who came before, I have no quarrel with you. You speak of La Brea. La Brea is a warrior. He fought, he fell. He may yet learn from his mistakes. Then he's still... Yeah, no, Asians don't die just, as simple as mortals. Come, I only confirm that which you already knew. There is no cessation, no oblivion, only expulsion. What are... Oh, great, here we go, Tatara. We're ready when you are, milady. If there's nothing else... She can't see him. She doesn't have the echo. Is something the matter? I feel the same way. After I'm sure you'll soon get used to Revenant's toll. Well, I'll let you say your goodbyes. Take as long as you like, my lady. We shall depart whenever you're ready. It is only to be expected. She lacks the gift and the knowledge both. To her, we are indistinct. I don't understand. Shadowless, fleshless, formless. What truth is there in each tale is diluted by time and telling? Knowledge dictates expectation, and expectation colors perception. Thus did she perceive not. So it is with all but a chosen few. Even you, when young, could not yet see with eyes unclouded. You know nothing of me, nothing. The gift grants you clarity. It grants you focus. With it, you may in time come to see us as we are, rather than this crude approximation. La Habrea did not think so highly of the Echo. La Habrea is wrong about a great many things. The Echo is indeed a gift, albeit one you have yet to master. And if we did, there would be no strife between our peoples, for we would be of one mind. I leave as I came, in peace, antecedent. May we meet again as friends. What? No, it's not gonna happen. Wait, stay where you are. That does not seem like a friendly gesture. Mayhap I was indelicate. 'Tis a mercy she yields her children from his grace with such resolve. It was also by her hand that you survived the ardor, I wonder. Or was it also by her hand that you survived the ardor, I wonder? Oh, and again, the ardor is what they call rejoining. Which is where they destroy a shard in order to put all the magic back into the source. Yeah. I take it there is no need to explain. No, please, don't get out. Save your concern. He did me no lasting harm. Whatever his intention was, it was not to kill. Yeah, he does tend to do that for, when he's trying to exit. He tends to shoot a magic bolt through people. I heard a cry. What happened? Are you alright? You look faint. Do you need to lie down? I could fetch you a flask of my special tonic. Jay, send word to the students of Baldesion. Tell them to scour the archives, the forbidden tomes in particular. If there's any reference of an Ascian robed in white, however oblique, I would know of it. An Ascian, my lady? Was that what gave you cause to cry out? I did but moments ago glimpse a figure clad in white set forth from the waking sands. Yet Ascians are wont to employ teleportation magics. Why would one be so brazen? I know not and care not. Find him, Fupupu. Turn every stone in Vesper Bay if you have to. Pray, attend to me, Totaro. They didn't even notice the Ascian, or stop to question it. He's just waltzing out the building and they go and see Minfilia. They already know I was going to go check on her when they stopped the Ascian. I mean, I don't know. It's like whenever you got the, first aid class. They're always like, you don't just have someone call 911, you assign a specific person to call 911. And when they call 911, then everyone else does what they can to control the situation. But if you just say in general, somebody call 911, then nobody's going to call 911. Because everyone's going to be like, oh, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. am told that you are a warrior of light, but I would know for myself. I shall walk north, and you may choose to follow. Know, however, that you will be waylaid if you do. You may even perish. Should you survive, we shall speak anon. You doubt me, even though I went so far as to... There. I'll play your stupid games. So, I think he went to bed already, but yeah, no, I was nice to him for the little gifted something. How you doing, by the way, Ray? There's some gargoyle. This Asian summoning void send in the middle of a public road. I guess not a very well-kept road if all these monsters are down here. Gnarled gargoyles! Forsooth! Approach the white-robed Asian. There's a 104, or 004, so I imagine we're going to encounter 4 enemies here. Get the fuck out of my way. You sure are happy to sacrifice your pawns to prove that I'm the warrior of light. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. I thank you for granting me this indulgence. None save she who bested La Habrea could endure such an examination. It wasn't a very thorough examination. Have the laws of man grown so twisted in my absence that it is now permitted to lay hands upon an emissary? You bore witness to my audience with the antecedent, did you not? Then you would know I acted only in self-defense. I realize the same cannot be said of La Habrea. Even amongst his brethren, he is considered unique. Nevertheless, I cannot wholly condemn his misdeeds. For through them we discovered you, one so strong in the gift that she could cast us out. Your mother favors you still. That much is plain. But surely you must feel it. Her influence wanes. Her strength shall soon be spent. These lands, these people, this world, all shall soon change. As it was, so it shall be again. As it should always have been. Doubt my claims and question my motives if you will. Only believe me when I say this. I am Elidibus, emissary, bearer of the word of the one true God, and we shall meet again. Yeah, no, every other time I've heard about this one true God, things have gone from bad to worse, okay? This little model didn't quite spawn out. Pray return to making fans again. Thank the gods you've returned, Footloopal. After you left, I began to worry that I might have sent you to your doom. I take it our visitor approved Alyssa? Beg pardon? He was waiting for you. What did you do? What did he say? As it was, so it shall be again. When does he speak? Of when does he speak? And of what, exactly? The words of this Elidibus portend much, but reveal nothing, save perhaps a measure of disdain for La Brea. I had hoped for answers, but it seems I shall be content with a wealth of additional questions. Are we finally done with this for Bay? Can we not return here anymore? Can we not pray return? Let us set aside the matter of this Ascian until after we've completed our move to the Rising Stones. There is but one final favor I would ask you before I depart. I believe you mentioned before that my father was a member of the Megan Resistance. I believe I mentioned before. The truth, however, is more complicated than that. As far as the Empire knew, he was their spy. He maintained the deception for nigh on half a decade, furnishing the Resistance with vital Imperial secrets, while feeding his paymasters with subtly conceived misinformation. When he died some 15 years ago, my father left behind his journal, which I have closely guarded ever since. It contains every shred of information he and his agents could steal on what they believed to be their single greatest threat to ours yet, the Primals. Its wisdom has guided me through the years, but there is much within that I still don't understand. It is my hope that Orionji will fare better. Tell him to treat it with care. It is all I have left of my father. Give Warburton's journal to Orionji. It's an interesting name. I have a book for you. I thought thee departed. To what end doth thou linger? A lot of text here. The legacy of Minfilia's father, who perished in the parade incident of 1562, when a Gubu broke free from its magical fetters and ran amok through the streets of Ulda. Contains a wealth of stolen Imperial research on the primals, as well as other information which has yet to be deciphered. I find it quite tragic, though, that someone that was an Imperial spy got killed by a Gubu. It's just like, what the hell? I mean, I guess levels aren't really taken as literal in this game. But the fact that it's a wild creature and he did all this stuff for the good of his people, but he died by a wild animal. The father's final bequest, the daughter's lifelong labor. It is no small thing to surrender such a cherished memento. Well, can I imagine the antecedents' pain? Upon mine honor, I swear to spare no effort in the study of these materials, lest my latest sacrifice be in vain. So I got some updates here. Alright, okay. This is Minfilia. Forgive me, I could wait no longer. I've departed for the Rising Stones. You're not a very good leader there, Minfilia. You're hiding your emotions. You're hiding secrets from your people. You can't confide yourself in your most important agent. And I bet you were probably crying as you were leaving your old home. And you wanted to spare me the embarrassment. If you have yet to, once you have given the journal to Orionji, I bid you come to the seventh heaven in Remnant's Toll. Tataro will be there to show you inside to our new headquarters. Sneeze. A assuming you have already attuned to it, you may wish to make use of our new etherite in Revan's Toll. After all, it's right on our doorstep. I do like that she's starting to warm up to the idea of having an etherite right next to where where the base is. Okay. Tataru, what are you up to? Oh, Fabuku! You're here. Good, good. We were all wondering when you'd show up. As I was just telling your restive receptionist here, I'm pleased to inform you that all the documents have been prepared and all signatures signed. The Rising Stones is officially yours. Yay. Splendid. From this day forward, I shall spare no effort to see that it is as welcoming and comfortable a home for us as the Waking Sands ever was. That said, this is all somewhat intimidating, is it not? So many unfamiliar places and unfamiliar faces. Most of the men and women you see around here in Revenant's Toll are adventurers who come and go as they wish. I dare say that would make it easier for you to go about your business here. And it shouldn't hurt that Fogogo here has already made something of a name for herself here. Isn't that so, Fogogo? More or less. Why, this is wonderful to hear. Rest assured that this receptionist will work just as hard to see that our efforts do not skip a beat despite the relocation. And with that, Fogogo, I do believe it is time you officially announced your presence to everyone inside. The antecedent and the others will surely be overjoyed to see you. Where are you going to Rising Stone? She was just outside right there. Into the Rising Stones. Ooh, pretty. Look at all the stone and the prettiness. And yeah, it's a very pretty area. Ah, the Solar. Okay, Alphino, what do you got here? You're already selling this out to Olga, aren't you? Is it not wonderful, Fukubu? Nearly a single presumptuous merchant has darkened our door. I know full well they will come in time, but for now, let us enjoy the respite. Would have been funnier as if they actually bothered to have, like, merchants sitting outside waiting to talk to Nymphilia. Would have been, like, a little bit extra, a little flavor to make it all the more meaningful that they're getting away from all of that. Show, not tell. Well, it's certainly spacious. Yeah, you're gonna have to get some more furniture. Let me guess, you're not gonna get any more furniture. Those walls are gonna echo so coldly. Today marks a new beginning for the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. For today we declare our independence. We shall henceforth be beholden to no nation, but serve all of Eorz's people proudly and openly. But this does not mean that we will sever our ties to the Eorzian alliance. On the contrary, the antecedent and I endeavor to strengthen them. Rest assured, however, that we shall not permit political consideration to influence our decisions. No, but you'll be glad to get money from Lolorito, or whatever. I'm happy, Our identity remains unchanged, as does our cause. We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and our single purpose is to safeguard the future of Eorzea. Here. Woo, for Eorzea, woo! such a big chair if Minfilia never sits in it? I don't think she ever sits in the chair. A moment of your time, Footboo. I will speak of Elidibus. Pardon the intrusion, my lady, but the matter which bringeth me to admit no delay. Whenever attempt to contact the students of Valdecian hath been met with silence. No one will respond. How odd. Allow me to try. Is it really that simple? Ring, ring, ring. No response. Surely they would not ignore us. They have never yet, my lady. I fear we must assume the worst. No, I will not believe it. An outpost, perhaps, but not their headquarters. The wards are beyond circumvention. Had they come under attack, they would most certainly have raised the alarm. None could penetrate their sanctum unnoticed. But for those who lack the gift and the knowledge both, oh no. Contact their agent in the field at once. If aught has befallen the students of Valdecian, they may know of it. Though the thought of it pains me, until such a time as we have evidence to the contrary, we can but assume the worst. Accordingly, we must needs seek another source of information on Elidibus. It is possible that the others in the homeland are possessed of such knowledge. Be fairly warned, however, they are unlike to yield it unconditionally. So do what you must. Yet another unforeseen and unwelcome development. What could be next, I wonder? A visit from a crimson-clad Ascian, perhaps? Or... Archer? I'm not sure what she's doing. Or Punce? Puss? Puss? Yeah, what are you saying there, Minfilia? And which of our allies will then fall silent? For a time I thought we had gained the upper hand. When we shattered the crystal of darkness and cast the hot ray out, I dare hope that we had found a way to rid ourselves of the Ascian menace. But I was wrong. He endures and may yet return. On that point, I have no doubt that Elidibus spoke true. Yet there must be a way to destroy them utterly, a way to spare this world their unholy machinations. I dare not consider the alternative. There are forces at work we do not understand, Fukuko. I discern them all around, in disturbances too great and too numerous to be dismissed as mere coincidence. Doubtless the paragons are involved. But how and to what end is far from clear. I know not what will come, but I do know that we will rise and meet it as one. Ah, my stalwart hero, your face is a picture of resolve. I know that you will be ready when the time comes. Good luck, however. That will not be for a while yet. Pray return to your private affairs with my blessing. Should anything arise, you will be informed. Well, actually, fun fact, this is a bit of the story where I had actually first joined Final Fantasy. I think is where I started the story. And then I found out that, once you get to this point, you gotta wait for the next patch to drop. Kyle, where are you? Don't worry, I'm sure Carl's fine. That's all cool, blah, 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 all that Ascian, he's not gonna be voiced, really. I thought I was gonna say Ascian words. Your intercession was not foretold. I mean, he probably has a nasally, weird villain voice. You object? We question. Our plans are in motion. Your intentions unclear. They survived the 7th Honor and are stronger now in the gift. Does that not intrigue you? No, it does not. Serve as you will. So shall I. We labor not at cross purposes. The wisdom of his plan shall become apparent in time, when the veil is lifted from their eyes. And at long last they shall see. Oh. And that would be the end of that patch. I don't know if this is 2.2 or if this is 2.3, but now we're heading into, yeah. Yeah, no, this is about where I started getting to, like, patch to patch. Truly, there is no rest for the weary. Scarce had I begun to make myself at home, and when I received a request for assistance from Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. It would appear the storehouse in Horizon has been the target of a series of covert robberies. Minor as they seemed in isolation, occasional discrepancies in the manifest were long dismissed as clerical errors. It was only during the concern's annual audit that a pattern became apparent. Significant quantities of crystals, and only crystals, were missing. I need hardly tell you what that may imply. The brass blades charged with the investigation, investigating the thefts, believe that someone within the concern is selling crystals as profit. Alas, they have yet been unable to identify a likely suspect. The concern's proprietors have grown frustrated by their lack of progress. Needless to say, I would not have agreed to intervene had the stolen goods been merely a monetary value. There's even a possibility that the thief acts, not out of self-interest, but in service to a primal. We can ill afford for the brass blades to realize their mistake. Pray, depart for the Horizon at your earliest convenience. Rendezvous with Yashola when you arrive. She and Thancred have already begun a preliminary investigation. I have every confidence that the three of you will get to the bottom of these thefts. I only hope our fears prove unfounded when you do. Most likely not. Most likely you've jinxed us. Well, I'll go and take care of the problem. Don't worry. You sit your pretty little butt right on that chair. Oh wait, you never sit in that chair. Never ever. I wonder if I can sit in that chair. I can't jump on the table. Can I sit on the chair? I can sit in the chair. You don't, but I do. Haha. Well, anyways. I mean, a chair is a chair, so I guess I could sit anywhere. But I wasn't sure if sitting in the antecedent's chair would make any difference. It'd be kind of funny if she, like, gives you a weird brow or whatever. She's like, you sure you're, Poo-poo. Your assistance is most welcome. I've already spoken at length with the brass blades of the Rose, albeit to little avail. It would seem that the thieves took great pains to conceal their activities. I could go into further detail, but your time might be better spent in conversation with Fufulupa. He is the officer charged with leading the investigation, and I would only be repeating that which he related to me. If eluded my attention, mayhap it will not elude yours. Alright, I'll go talk to Fufulupa. Hey there, my little flower bud. What you doing? Poo-poo. What a pleasure to see you again. You're still, said to expect you. Terrible business, these thefts. I've yet to confirm the quantity of crystals stolen, but I dare say it may be greater than... but never mind that. I have news to share. A while ago, the driver of a heavily laden carriage refused to halt for inspection and broke through one of our checkpoints in the rural Allegan Sunway. The cart bolted off toward eastern Finland, where, thank the gods, I hear that our colleagues were able to apprehend them without further incident. A speeding carriage? That would seem a curious choice for thieves of such cunning. Yet the Amalja do have a foothold in eastern Finland. And what of the cargo? Did they carry the crystals we seek? We should be receiving a report at any moment now, but I fail to see what else it could... Did you miss me, friends? I'm back, but I fear I come bearing disappointing news. Or, on second thought, perhaps it's good news after all. Stop being coy there, Thancred, alright? Thancred, wherever have you been off to? I figured you had everything on control here, so I just took a brief excursion to the east to check up on our Malja friends. And wouldn't you believe it, I happened to plot a runaway carriage on the way, and even was able to do my small part to help my friends in the brass blades intercept it. In all my years, I have never seen such a prestigious quantity of summonness. The blades were calling it one of the greatest hulls they've ever seen. The stolen crystals, on the other hand, were nowhere to be found. Is that so? Alas, I suppose we have no choice but to resume our search elsewhere. We should reassess our options as well. Come with us, Wapubo. Are you sure the summonness was not payment for the crystals? I would imagine tribal lizard people would have access to a sleeping drug. Against all expectation, it would seem that the Malja are innocent of this particular spat of crimes. By all indications, they have yet to replenish the stores of crystals exhausted during their last attempt to summon the Ifrit. What I can't fathom is why anyone else would go out to such lengths to obtain crystals in such quantities. It can't be that we're dealing with simple thieves. If the motive were profit, why would they limit their trade to crystals alone? Plainly, we are missing something. While do you think about that? What it might be? I shall inform Arianje of our progress, or lack thereof.
Now then.
Oh, voice cutscene, yay!
Tis I. The situation may be more complicated than we anticipated.
Indeed. I shall remain watchful.
I like Arianje's voice.
Ere thou goest, another matter requireth thine attention. A young maiden, full eager to...
I think this is the first time we hear Arianje's voice actor.
Wherefore inquirest thou of her fairness? Very well. Be she damsel or devil, I shall direct her steps to Revenant's Toll. Save thine insinuations for one given to such impropriety. Thou shalt not find me amenable.
I bet you Thancred's like, is she a looker? How curious.
Far across the sea from the land of Domar have we traveled. We seek audience with the ruler of these lands. Who here speaks for you?
Try about 50 miles inland, in the big castle-looking city. Well, Malms, I guess they call it Malms. Oh, what kind of sarcasm does Y'shtola have to say? Maybe a more subtle approach is in order. Oh. I was looking forward to Y'shtola chastising this search party. Any bright ideas? A solitary flash of insight? No? Well then, for want of a better suggestion, I say we try picking Fupalippa's brain again. Who knows, if we work together, we may yet find something of use nestled away within it. Alright. Oh, he's right here. Oh, but it's good to see you return. I have given some thought to the matter, and I have just hit upon the most disturbing possibility. How could I have been so blind? Yeah, I haven't even had time to think about it. Calm yourself, Fufulupa. What is this disturbing possibility of which you speak? I was contemplating how the thieves' activities escape our notice for so long, and then it came to me. What if there's someone among our own ranks conspiring with them? A traitor in our own midst? It would be most unfortunate if your fears proved well-founded, Fufulupa. Indeed, if for reasons of security, the concern decided to transfer the remaining quark crystals stored in Horizon to another location, their plans would be discovered the moment the brass blades were informed. But such a shipment would surely be well guarded. Would thieves as wily as ours risk open confrontation? Mayhap not. But neither would the concern be eager to present them with such an obvious target. Nay, they may instead elect to carry out the transfer in secret. To entrust the goods to, let's say, a lone Makode miner, traveling without an escort, so as not to attract undue attention. I see, yes. The consummate may well elect to do that. But to travel with so much cargo would be a strenuous task indeed, and this miner would certainly need to rest upon the way, mayhap north of the bridge to Hammerlea. A fine spot for a rest, would you not agree, Fufupu? You lie in wait to the north, and I shall do the same to the south. Forgive me, my friends, but I received new orders. I must inform my men at once. This is where the story picks up. This is where I'm actually starting to jive with what's going on, though. It gets really interesting. I'm into a lot of this kind of stuff. Call me a cynic, but I would be surprised if these thieves lay down their arms and surrender. See that you come prepared to offer them some encouragement. I know full well that Baldwin's arrest was but the first step towards regaining the public trust. As acting captain, I will continue to do my utmost to repair the Brass Blades' reputation. At least your division. I don't think the Brass Blades have a very positive culture. You know, a very trusting culture. It's kind of like Blizzard right now. You can try and fix the individual, but the culture still remains. However, we get to see you still in a miner outfit. That'll look kind of cool. Oh, sure. Yawn. Oh, there were enemies. Ow. Why did you have to shoot an arrow at me? There we go. Got the stolen a mining outfit. The one and only time you'll ever see her in something normal. Stubborn to the last, as expected. You were unharmed. I managed to get one arrow into my face, but I'm alright. A gang of sea-wolf thieves, and Tanlin no less. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Sea-wolves? All of them? Aye, and all the same taste in facial tattoos. Blue, in case you were wondering. Our thieves are a long way from home. I mean, Vesper Bay, a boat trip all the way to Lenosha, it's not that far away. Damn, Creed. You'd be so good as to attend the outstanding matters in Horizon. I have inquiries to make. To Horizon then, Fufulupa. To Horizon then. Fufulupa will want to hear about your meeting with the thieves. Yes, we discussed a great many things, including several scathes to the face. Several unaspected magic. On behalf of the brass blades of the Rose, I thank you for your service to Horizon. Ah, but we've not been idle. While you were afield, we succeeded in identifying the traitor with our rigs. That was good of them. So, and by your leave, I should very much like to have a word with the fellow in private. Ah, no, I'm afraid that will not be possible. Regrettably, he, managed to subdue the unit of Blades dispatched to detain him, and made good his escape. Oh, for the love of... And how did he manage to do that exactly? Your men haven't been sampling the somnus we confiscated, have they? Or was he a giant in disguise? No. He was quite strong. A sea wolf. Lorenzen born and raised, I believe. But do not worry, we will find him. You have my word on that. I see. Pray, keep me apprised of any developments. Yes, she's standing next to me. Understood. I have a link pearl too. Why didn't you just bring me? Jeez. I fear our time together is at an end, my friend. Your services are required elsewhere. Awfully disappointing. I know, but one must follow where duty leads. You might try to look a little despondent. Or you mean to give me another one of your stoic nods? You do, don't you? I like this. You fourth wall the fact that all we do is do a little nod. Yes. Yes. I trademarked that stoic little nod, I'll have you know. The Mother of Exiles. Concrete has information on your next assignment. The antecedent bid me tell you to make for Vesper Bay, where young Alphino awaits you. You're coming most eagerly. It was he who requested your assistance. Some commotion or incident, I'm not privy to the details. While you do whatever it is that Alphino has planned for you, I shall endeavor to track down a traitor's brass blade. And when I do, you may rest assured that we will have our answers. Pray return to the Waking Sands. We have the Rising Stones, and we're still going to Vesper Bay. Game, why you do this to me? Why must you torture me like this? Oh, it's these people. Okay. You're late. No matter. I know where our visitors are headed. From what I have been able to gather, this vessel belongs to a band of Domans who seek an audience with the Sultana. You're familiar with Doma, yes? You know that? Well, like the rest of the nation's eastern continent, it is ruled by the Garlean Empire. Given our visitors' unannounced arrival, as well as the state of their ship, I suspect they did not leave their homeland under the best circumstances. Needless to say, I should be very interested to hear their tale. And more importantly, what they know of the current state of affairs in the Empire. Such information could prove most useful. We would be fools not to pursue this opportunity, do you not think? Come with me to Ulda, unless I am mistaken, and I am rarely mistaken. But you are mistaken occasionally. Let us not forget that. Humble yourself, child. We will find the Domans bickering with the Sultan's sworn in the Rail Promenade. You are uncertain of your role in the proceedings. Insurance. If our guests are not themselves Imperial agents, it seems fair to assume that they may be being pursued by some. And if not, who better than you to have on hand in the event that an unforeseen diplomatic incident. And besides, I do enjoy your sparkling repartee. Satisfied? Good. I shall see you in Ulda. Well, at least he spelled out all the different eventualities that he expects us to have. And he sure does like making plans. Do you ever tire of being right? go. Ba-ba-ba-da. Oh, we're just gonna get teleported to a cutscene. It matters not how many times you ask. Without the necessary permissions, none shall pass. Pray understand, good sir. We have not the leisure to lodge for a formal petition. Time is of the essence. All I ask is that you summon your superior. Allow me to plead my case. Surely you can grant us that small kindness. Away with you, and darken these doors no longer. I will not ask again. You do not know what you do. Excuse me, but whoever you are, things are different over here on the western side of the world. I gather your pleas fell on deaf ears. A loyal man with a cold heart. I know his kind too well. I know his kind well. I hope that you will find me more to your liking. Alphonode Leviathan, at your service. A friend. Your voice and your tone that I definitely suspect that you're giving her would not encourage trustworthy vibes. More like someone rubbing their hands waiting for me to fall into their manipulative trap. Which I believe makes me very nearly unique in this part of the world, at the least. Few indeed are your allies in Ulda. You will need some if you wish to endear yourselves with wealthy and powerful. Alright, whatever. Pray join me and my associate at the quicksand. There you may explain your situation to us, and we shall see if there is aught we can do to help. I wouldn't be nodding, I'd be face-palming. Every time I'm alone with this kid, he's so full of himself. It's like literally coming out of his eyeballs. He's got brown coming out of his ears, okay? So full of it. Oh hey look, role players. Oh, yes, there's a lot of role players. Look at all these people, everyone just hanging out, having a good time. It is probably prime time for, gamers in this game. Oh good, no one's at this table. Don't have to be the awkward person standing at the table and someone like, are you trying to get my attention or are you talking to a story quest?
We have traveled some several thousand miles across the sea from the nation of Doma, in hopes that we might find sanctuary in these lands.
Oh, also, they put this character in the game before the aura were fully complete. So all they did was just put a dragon tail in place of where the Makode tail was. And, yeah, just a special, outfit. This, as far as I am made to understand, was just like a stand-in, because they hadn't quite gotten the dragon people race done for Heaven's Ward.
Sanctuary, Lady Yugiri?
Yugiri.
Aye. Lying within Othard, Doma was under the dominion of the Garlean Empire, as I'm sure you are aware.
I am
When
very
the
much
War
aware.
of Succession broke out in Garlemald, we espied an opportunity to free ourselves from the yoke of imperial oppression and took up arms,
Yeah, how did that go for you?
only to be crushed. And so I gathered what few Domans escaped the reckoning and guided them hither to your shores.
2 people?
A war of succession? Then the Emperor... Forgive me. You said that Doma was under Imperial rule, did you not?
Doma is gone, razed to the ground as an example to the other provinces.
12 have mercy. And your people?
On a ship anchored in Vesper Bay, flying borrowed colors. Many were complicit in the rebellion, or akin to those who were. They will not come ashore until I send word that it is safe to do so.
Oh, I see they
I
got
sought an
more
audience
ships
with
out in
my
the
lords,
ocean. Great.
but was summarily refused.
The lords of Ul'dah are not wont to entertain foreign refugees without suitable encouragement.
Mayhap I was foolish to expect otherwise, but our supplies run low and we have young ones in urgent need of care. I have seen the tents outside the gates, however. We are not the first to seek asylum, nor will we be the last.
Nope. You've come at a
Be
bad
that as it
time.
may, Ul'dah is no friend to Garlemald. Your tale would stir the hearts of many men and women here. The Sultana and the Syndicate will not be so easily swayed, but I shall see that you are granted an opportunity to plead your case.
Yeah.
This is within your power?
Possibly.
Well, far be it from me to boast, but I do have the ear of certain influential individuals.
You're so full of
I
yourself.
am in your debt.
Lady Yugiri, forgive me for observing, but your choice of attire seems like to evoke feelings of mistrust.
Men are wont to fear the unfamiliar. We know this from experience. We seek only to spare the people of Ul'dah unnecessary disquiet.
I shall defer to your experience, then.
If only is like really vague,
I
vaguely
thank you
stitched
for
together.
your understanding.
Because it doesn't make sense, especially if you decide to do a new game with an aura. It's like, I've been an aura in Eorzea and no one's balked at that. Why are you all robed up?
It seems I have urgent business with the Flame General. I leave our guests in your capable hands.
Yes, okay. If I may, madam, as I said earlier, we have been at sea for some several moons, and our supplies are all but spent. I have not the heart to repeat the tales of our tribulations, nor would it please you to listen to them, I think. Suffice it to say, however, sacrifices have been made. As long as you haven't eaten nobody. No cannibalism. Though it shames me to beg for more than when you already offered so much, desperation compels me. Good man, if you and your associates could spare any provisions, anything at all, it would go a long way to lessen the suffering of my people. You guys can grab a bunch of fishing poles and start fishing. Get yourself some protein in your diet. Hells, why didn't you say sooner, Fukuko? Of course I can help. You couldn't have picked a better day, to tell the truth. A wealthy merchant and his entourage were due to have a banquet here on the morrow, you see. But just sent word that they can't come. Maybe they got a boatload of foodstuffs and no one to feed. Best of all, they paid for the lot in advance. Yes. How the rich waste. Go on and call Frudier and Catherine at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Tell them I sent to ship the little prince's order to the Wigan Sands. Oh, and if they argue, just show them those letters. That should set them straight. Okay. I go get them money. Okay, they're somewhere out here. All these role players. I want to play with the role players, but I also have a lot of story to do and an expansion to get ready for. It's okay. One of these days I'll have you guys come along while I role play with people. I do so like manipulating my encounters to doing my bidding. She's in the business of feeding refugees now. I ain't normally one to question Mistress Momodi's judgment, but that doesn't seem wise. Instructions penned by the quicksand proprietors to deliver foodstuffs to the waiting stamps. I'll not speak of the children, but if you ask me, any man that can't earn a crust deserves to go hungry. How quick you are to judge, but let me tell you something. They've been on a boat, probably a couple boats, probably packed too tightly, and lore-wise, even if you're on a fast ship, it takes 14 days to get over here, okay? I think they've probably been on the ocean for at least a couple months. Hi, that's a rather odd request. Mayhap you misheard her instructions? No, I did not, and this letter proves it. You know, you shouldn't encourage them like this. They'll start to expect it, mark my words. These people are not the Alamegans, okay? They're Domans. Asian people have a natural inborn instinct to be respectful. For the most part. Most of the time, they will be very polite as their first choice of any type of like action. They didn't give you any trouble, did they? Good. Not go until they didn't carry it all in hand. Alright, yep, I got them the food. Have fun. I dare not hope such magnanimity, but much less expect it. Mistress Maloney is generous indeed. I shall be sure to thank her most humbly. You know, it does frustrate me though, some food places, where they'll outright throw away the food instead of giving it to like a shelter or something. It's just like, really? I mean, I understand that stuff needs to sell, but if you waste the food, I mean, hello, no one else is going to eat it. Just give it to the homeless shelter, jeez. Give it to the homeless shelter and be like, hey, you know, it's a day old, but it'll probably still go down just fine. Lady Yujiri, I briefed the Flame General on your situation. I think he would be pleased with his reply. We have been granted an audience before the Sultana and the Syndicate both. We should return to the Royal Promenade at once. I do so hate your fat-headedness, Alphino, but you do know how to get the top brass to listen. You've done so much for us, Master Alphino. I swear we shall return the favor. And before the puppy quickly devolves back. Yeah, no, that'll be the time that I'm like, oh, hey, guess what, guys? I'm moving to Clove. I'll see you there. No, the unfortunate thing, though, is because of the risk of, like, someone else taking a screenshot of my, computer, and the fact that I don't normally hide my name and stuff, I probably can't do anything too risky, anywhere publicly. I can probably, put words to the keyboard, but, anything actually, like, visual on that, I do have to be mindful of, because, some asshat might be like, oh, this VTuber, if I can't swap them, then you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make their character banned. Because, you always get the weirdos. When you have access to the internet, sometimes you have weirdos that crop up. That's the one thing I don't like about online interactions. I mean, you get to meet a lot of cool people, but it's also very accessible to some messed up minds. And then I shall choose them with care. Yeah. You are a diplomat, I hope. I hope you're able to speak very diplomatically. You will be accompanying us, yes? Good. Your presence may serve to remind the Syndicate of the true meaning of philanthropy. And that nothing so unpalatable will be required of them, assuming the Domans are willing to earn their keep. Come, the Flame General awaits us at the Royal Promenade. Preach into the choir, though, Alphino. I already know that the Syndicate is going to look for a way to make a profit off of this interaction. Okay, I go to the teleporty thingy. Actually, speaking of back alley roleplay, I'm gonna just take a peek out there and just see what is actually happening down this alley. They do have a back alley in Ulda. Alright, so it's empty, unless my game's just not loading players right now. No, it's empty. Not much going on out here. I do know over in Balmung, though, there's probably a lot of stuff happening out there. Who is this guy here? He looks kind of shady. He don't have any tag or name on him. These guys aren't... Oh, those guys are tagged up. They're probably just having a little coffee date. Okay. But yeah, Balmung being the bigger role player, they do have back alley stuff, which is... It's hard in this game to keep track of what's going on, honestly. Maybe that's why I typically stick to the whole, like, focus on me kind of role play. Because it's easier to... I don't know who you are, I'm sure we were friends at one point. But yeah. Matthias is still pretty full of role players, but it's not as, long-standing as Balmung. I need to go to that teleporter. Why didn't I go that way? Yeah. Oh, this asshole here. Yay. Okay, what do you have to say here? Let's hear the side text here. Bards sing of wars which decided the fates of nations, but a single word spoken within the council chamber is more like to decide that of my own. We are all enemies of Garlemald. Is it not fitting that we should join forces? We've been trying that for the last year or so, okay? I don't think that's gonna happen overnight with you guys. I've heard that the Sultana is a kind and generous ruler. Of the Syndicate, I've heard less flattering things. Yeah, you got the worst of them right here. I wish to greet our guests beforehand, for my support for their cause. Doman, Uldan, it matters not to me. Birthplace does not equate to birthright in mine eyes. I take great pride in my establishments for this very reason. The Platinum Mirage, in particular, serves as a showcase of the talents of countless men and women born beyond our borders. More like you don't care what kind of workers you get, you put them all to the grindstone. We must take pains to illustrate how accepting the Domans would benefit Ulda. Only then might the Syndicate be swayed. Yeah, no, Teleji, he's already on top of that like white on rice. In ways to make a profit. A pleasure, Pup. The others are already inside. Let's not keep them waiting. I do believe we are treated to an increase in
I,
voice.
the Lady of Domar, am honored to meet you at last, Your Grace. To mark this auspicious occasion, I should like to present to you the finest treasures our humble nation has to offer.
Yeah, no, when these patches started coming out, I actually was like, me and my friends were all like, wow, there's a lot of voiced cutscenes here. Oh, how much we did not expect it to be quite as much as what it ended up being. Like we were just getting the taste of how many more voiced scenes are at this point.
Alas, the circumstances which have brought me here today have divested me of both time and dignity. I come before you as a pauper in direst need of aid, to request that you grant my people asylum.
I, Nanamo, 17th in the line of Ul, welcome you to our city. Be at ease, Lady Yugiri.
I'm not sure, but I think this is the new voice actor. The Rome-born Nanamo voice actor was replaced at this point, I think.
Although I myself have heard the tale of your misfortune,
Yeah,
I would ask
it has.
that you recount it once more for the benefit of the others here present.
So we get Ariel voice actor, who's been with us since 2014 or whatever. Now we got Nanamo Unamo's more permanent voice actor.
As you wish, Your Grace.
I want to hear Alphino's
For
voice.
many years, my nation, Doma, suffered under the yoke of imperial rule, and my people yearned to be free. Thus, when a war of succession broke out in Garlemald, we sought to take advantage of the chaos and reclaim our liberty. Alas, our enemy proved less preoccupied than we had hoped, and our rebellion was put down in the most brutal fashion.
To the sword.
Those who survived, how many do they number?
More than 200 souls huddle within the cramped confines of our own galleon's hold. Yet this figure accounts for but one of a number of ships which escaped the purge.
Oh, let's see here. Oh, I did get a reply. Okay. Let me acknowledge something here on Twitter real quick. Sorry. I'm going.
It is my hope that you will allow us all to dwell within your walls. Should that prove unfeasible, however, I humbly ask that you accept as many of my people as your resources allow.
I'm just getting people that
I
are.
understand we do not beg a boon, but propose instead an arrangement. We would serve as soldiers or tradesmen until our debt is repaid.
Hey, you know, there's a whole settlement called Revenant's Toll that needs a lot more hands.
What are the Syndicate's opinions on this matter?
Plenty of toad to eat.
I, for one, think it's a marvelous idea. Lady Yugiri and her people strike me as an industrious lot, and there are parts of the city which have yet to be fully restored. If they are willing to work, I see no reason not to let them.
Yeah, you're not gonna pay them fairly though.
The head of the Mirage Trust is not known for his generosity. He sees profit in this.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I guess, yeah,
I
Alphino's
agree.
new voice does
That
show up
said,
here.
these are foreign refugees. To admit them would require a formal resolution. Shall we call a vote?
The law is the law.
Lord Lolorito?
Tell me, are you blind or willfully ignorant? Even now, our streets are choked with the displaced victims of the Calamity and Alamigan refugees. They live
Alamigan
hand to mouth,
refugees.
subsisting on aid provided by the immortal flames, the cost of which grows ever higher. The wealth of Ul'dah is not without limits, my friends. And need I remind you that these refugees are prone to violence and criminal activity? You have all read the reports, I think. Without homes or employment, it is only a matter of time before men grow desperate and take that which they imagine has been unjustly denied them. Yet, knowing this, you would have us swell their ranks. Mayhap you think the brass blades and the flames are not hard-pressed enough?
Some say the chairman of the East Aldenard Trading Company passes Gil thrice daily. This may explain how he came to be the wealthiest man in Ul'dah. Or it may simply be that he's ruthless beyond reckoning.
I like Alphino's description of him. It's like, he has so much money, he basically craps out 3 times a day. Gil.
Surely the Sultanate can support the few hundred domins Lady Yugiri represents. That our resources have been taxed, I do not deny. But we are hardly in danger of financial collapse. I move that an exception be made.
An exception, Your Grace? I am suddenly reminded of a similar debate some years ago regarding a number of Alamigan refugees, if memory serves. What were your words that day? Yes. The law is the law. And so our visitors remained in Little Alamigo.
No, listen here. These people came across the world to find work and a place to rest. The Alamegans are a warlike people who worship Rauger, the most destructive god.
Mayhap our wise and benevolent Sultana would be so good as to enlighten us as to which other of our laws should not be upheld.
Doma wants to wait out the storm. Alamegans, they want to motivate people to liberate their country.
Mind your tongue, Lolorito.
My lord, I share your concern for the welfare of our great nation, but we must endeavor to take a longer view. You know as well as I that people can be a resource still more precious than gil.
Precious or not, they were never yet so reliable. And unlike those who frequent your establishment, I have no desire to gamble with my future. Uldar's greatest asset is, and has ever been, her material wealth. We risk this at our peril.
I just feel like this has got to be so close to the mark of how real-world rich people talk.
One need only look to Teleji Adeleji's example for evidence of the danger in allowing sentiment to dictate policy. How far the vaunted Mirage hath fallen, both in repute and profitability, since he began employing refugees.
So I would say Teleji Adeleji definitely seems like Jeff Bezos. What would Lodorito be though? What do you guys think? Like, what kind of real-world billionaire would he be most like? Bill Gates? Or, I just feel like Jeff Bezos with his Amazon stuff everywhere. He's just like, I don't care who I hire. I'll get my cheap labor and to line my pockets.
How I choose to conduct my affairs is not your concern, my lord.
A proposal has been tabled. Given its urgency, I move we forego further debate and call a vote.
Okay, fine.
To accept the Doman refugees or not. Those in favor, I bid you remain. Those opposed, I bid you leave.
Would that it were within my power to welcome you and your people, Lady Yugiri. As you have observed, however, my authority in such matters is regrettably limited. Without the consent of the Syndicate, I cannot act.
I understand, Your Grace, and I appreciate all that you have done on our behalf.
The nerve of the man! If that bastard had not forsaken the eastern trade route, Little Alamigo would now be thriving. Oh, that you should have traveled so far under such dire circumstances, only to be refused in this manner is utterly unconscionable. Pray, accept my sincerest apologies.
Now that the Empire no longer poses an immediate threat, they see little reason to maintain the pretense of unity. The Monitorists have grown especially defiant of late. Lord Lolorito most of all. But this is neither the time nor place for that discussion.
let's hear what the other people have to say real quick. It appears to be feeling that Lord Lorito does not speak for the Syndicate. The others harbor doubts I will allow, but in time they shall see the error of their ways. As Lord Lorito goes, so does the Syndicate. My people could not endure another long sea voyage, but if Uldal will not accept us, what choice do we have? Did they not hear Lady Gary's pleas? How can they turn us away, knowing what we have endured? Prone to violence and criminal activity? Who is he to speak of us thus? Are we to be punished for the sins we have never commit? Yeah, they're kind of racist. They're kind of classist, I guess you could say. As you observed, Lolorito is not afraid to speak his mind, nor is he like to change it. Oft have I wondered, a man so skilled at the weight of the worth of things should be incapable of seeing the value in people. Bah! I will waste no more words on him. Not when Domans have yet need of aid. Everyone follow me to the Hall of Flames. Okay, let's go to that place. Crack, 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 go my little Lola ankles. What's his tag say? I would like to read his tag. Grease monkey. Oh, I know what he is. He's just like repair boy. Oh, excuse me. Uh-oh, someone's got the Pokeball. Someone's been standing still too long. I'm here. Where are you, Railbone? Here we go. I like his little strategy that he does here. The Syndicate has spoken, and I see no point in moving that the matter be reconsidered. The monitors have made their position clear. Agreed. Walda is not an option. Nor are Limsa, Laminsa, or Gridani, I judge, given the state of their internal affairs. Which leaves our Doman friends confined to a ship. Towards the thought of them huddled in an airless hold with no hope for better treatment. Would that I have more time to find an alternative, a place not bound by the concerns of the great nations. And there's the light bulb. Minfilia, that is precisely what I wish to discuss. I understand the Syndicate's decision, I do. We all wish to preserve that which is ours, especially when we believe it to be under siege. But I cannot meekly accept their judgment. Not while my people suffer. Would it be out of the question for the Sultanate to accept us for a limited time? A week, mayhap? Or even just a few days? Excellent. I shall keep you informed. Lady Gary, I have a proposal, if you would hear it. Out with it, Master Alphamo. The headquarters of my order, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, stands in a place called Revenant's Toll, an outpost in Mordona. Like most outposts, it is frequented by mercenaries and other men of action, and lacks the comforts of more well-established settlements. However, the leaders of the Revenant's Toll have been doing their utmost to change that. To that end, they have need of able-bodied individuals willing to work as frontier hands. Hard labor, at least you doubt, with naught save food and shelter by way of reward. Hey, that's sometimes in times of hardship, that's all you need is a job and a roof over your head. Terms like that, terms are not unlike those which you yourself propose, Lady Ajuri. Though I would not hear a word said against our beloved Ul'dah, Revenant's Toll would offer certain advantages, the absence of unhelpful bureaucracy being the most obvious. If they can accommodate us all, I shall gladly accept. Master Alphino, once again I find myself in your debt. Pray, do not thank me, my lady. The life of your people go to is one of hard labor and few comforts, as I told you. And before that, there remains the matter of how they may safely be borne to Revenant's Toll. which will be no small feat considering the distance and their present condition. Mayhap the Old Adventurers Guild can be of assistance. Look for me there anon, Papupu. It'd be kind of cool if we were able to roleplay one of the average heroes leading an escort across the countryside. Just have this really long strip of land, sort of dungeon, and you're supposed to fend off bandits and other wild creatures and stuff that try to raid your caravan. Lady Yaguri, if you and your people will accompany me, we may discuss what aid the Immortal Flames can provide. Or your little private in the Immortal Flames. I'm sure the game has opportunities like that. They have had instances later on in the story where you do take the role of less extraordinary characters than yourself. Maybe it'd be I don't know, spin-off stories or something like that. Now, I haven't played Monster Hunter Stories, but I feel like that would be a similar thing if my guess on what that game is about, which is to say it's in the world of Monster Hunter, but you're not necessarily the main hero of that game. We are concerned that the Doman refugees may find the journey to Revenant's Toll too much to bear. Too long have they been sequestered aboard their ship, with insufficient supplies and scarce room enough to breathe, let alone stretch their limbs. With that in mind, Mistress Momodi kindly offered to accommodate the Domans until such time as they are ready to set out for Mordona. Those healthy enough to travel will embark as soon as transportation has been secured, while those too weak to leave at once will be permitted to stay until they regain their strength. Well, isn't that nice of her? I'm sure the Bank of Alphanil is probably what's funding that. What news? Transportation remains our greatest obstacle, General. Is there aught the Immortal Flames can do? I fear that it exceeds our mandate. Were it a small number, mayhap it would go unnoticed. But the Syndicate will not bear the cost of escorting more than 200 Domans to Mordona. When government fails to act, the responsibility falls to us private citizens. Don't take his money, no. I will engage the services of the 77 caravans on Doman's behalf. Hey, Spidey, welcome back. Very well. We should begin contract negotiations at once. Your generosity is most welcome, my lord. After all that has befallen these good people, it is the least I can do. Yeah, stop with your weepy, apologetic voice. I know your lies. Come what may, we may ever have a friend in Ulda. You ever have a friend in Ulda, Lady Yogiri? And you in Revenant's Toll, my lord. Hey, we're gonna owe this monetarist favors. Well, it sounds like you all have work to do. Lady Yogiri, let's put our heads together and settle the details of our arrangement, shall we? Yeah, I have 150 people that are either sick or bedridden because they've been on a boat for, over a month with not enough room to even stretch their legs. Man, the muscular atrophy must be real with some of those people, I imagine. Needless to say, disease that might have spread because of people being close together like they are. I would entrust the task of escorting our Doman friends to you. After you have rested your own road-weary legs, of course. What say you? Alright, I'll go ahead and take a little rest. Oh look, my rest is done. You needn't concern yourself with affairs here at Papupu. I am more than capable of overseeing preparations for the remaining caravans. Should the other Doman vessel arrive, I will inform the antecedent at once. Oh, alright, okay, come on, let me see the text, thank you. Alpha now has a mind to send you to Vesperbit off. Pray return once again. As we speak, the Domans prepared to venture departure at Vesper Bay. wherefrom they will be transported by carriage to Ulda. Oh, goodness. Wow. With that said, this has all been decided rather suddenly, and it would not surprise me if the refugees require some assistance in coordinating their preparations. Kapupu, I would have you return to Vesper Bay and facilitate the process through tasks great and small. In short, whatever must need to be done, do it. Speak with the man named Hosen when you arrive. Lady Yugiri tells me that he has been designated the leader of the first group. Yes, master. May return. We must teleport again. Go. Talk to these playful. Here we go. Let me go to your side eye first. I can smell their stench on the wind even here. Oh, right. So what's funny is that this guy's not used to chocobos. Apparently chocobos have a very distinct smell that he can't stand. Greetings. Alphino informed me that the Scion will be arriving to help with the preparations. I am honored to meet you, though shamed as well. A great warrior would not be tasked with such trivialities. Should not be tasked with such trivialities. I knew from a glance what manner of woman you were. I too have some skill at arms, as do many of my people. Pray forgive this trifle, but I would trouble you to help round up the children that have been given. Might I trouble you to round up the children that have been given into my care? They are most adept at hiding and staying hidden from my sight. Perhaps your keen eyes will succeed where I have failed. You have my thanks, friend. Pray, seek out my son, Yozen. He can tell you more. Okay. I go over here, I talk to Yozen. Oh, hello there! I'm Yozen, son of Hosen. Will you be coming with us to Ulda? I hear we'll be traveling by horsebird drawn carriage. Yeah, they call chocobos horsebirds. But don't you think they're queer? Giant birds that people ride like horses? I still want to ride one, but... What's that? You're looking for the others? Don't worry, I already told them to get ready for the carriages. I'll need your help, though. We were just finishing a game of hide and seek. 3 players are still in hiding. And since Lady Yugiri told us to take it really seriously, they won't move until they're found. But Vesper Bay isn't that big, so I bet you can find them in no time. Alright, I think if memory serves, I know where all the children are hiding. There's one I hear. Hey, you're not Hosen, who are you? I'm Koharu, Fapu, eh? I didn't know anyone else was... Wait a minute. You're one of them stallions, aren't you? No, I am not a stallion. No, science. Then you must know Lady Yugiri, right? Isn't she great? She's really good at hide and seek. Oh, too. Oh, great. It's almost time to go. Nice to meet you, Fapu. Nice to meet you too, kid. This one was a sneaky one to find for a while. Are you playing? No fair. Yozen didn't say anything about adults. Well, thank you for acknowledging me for being an adult potato. I am an adult potato. Thank you very much. Huh? We get to ride a horse-bird carriage? I don't know. It sounds scary. But if Yozen says it's safe, I'll go. Yeah, the last one's up here. Hey, look at that! We found all three of them. They are a pain in the butt to find if you don't know where you're looking for them, though. How did you find me? I guess I need practice more. Need to practice more. Or maybe you're just good at this. I mean, the Garleans didn't find me. Well, that's good. Given what the Garleans are, like to do to... Yeah, anyways, the Garleans are just gross. They're gross to other people. Wonderful. All the children are counted. Hide and seek? Ha! I see you are curious. It's quite simple, really. Lady Aguirre thought it best the children know what to do in case the Garleans found us. I should hope that those days are behind us, but I nevertheless take comfort in knowing that we are prepared. At long last, Hosen and his group are ready to leave Vesper Bay, and I hope I am done with this place too. The first caravan is due to depart shortly, followed by the rest at regular intervals. My family and I including my stubborn old father, Hole, will be traveling in the lead carriage together with young Koharu, whom I believe you've already met. Though I understand the road to Ulda is regularly patrolled by your brass blades, it would give us great comfort if you would agree to accompany us on our journey. Once again, I thank you for your kindness. When you are ready to leave, please inform our coachman. Look at that. A floating carriage pulled by chocobos. Oh, it's so fluffy. Grandfather is so lucky. These, the horse birds smell terrible. No, I think your grandfather smells them just fine. Look at Hosen, he's got to wear a mask because he can't stand the smell. Fascinating creatures. Whence did they come? Oh, you're not even going to give me more information, huh? These reports of a great beast on the road to Ulda, these reports are most troubling. One beast? You're gonna be off, are you? I was meaning to have a word with you about that. Runner from the Blade says we might have a problem. A fierce-looking beastie has been sighted south of the bridge of Hammerlia. Might be someone's eyes are playing tricks on him, of course. But don't pay to gamble in this business. I know you can handle yourself in a fight, but this lot here is another story. So I was thinking you might go on ahead and have a quick look around. Make sure they are safe, like. And if you come across anything dangerous, you know what to do. When you're satisfied the way is clear, meet us outside Horizon. Willie's telling that the road there is safe, so I reckon we can make it that far on our own. Assuming the self-same bastard don't try to rob us, that is. Yeah, if the brass blades decide not to take all your belongings. Corrupted cops, basically. I'm actually gonna go up. I don't know if I can get to the top of this mountain. I might not be able to climb to the top of this mountain. Is he gonna say you can fly no higher? I'm gonna fly no higher. I can fly no higher. Hey, just barely. Barely too high. I just thought I'd skip Horizon entirely. Just fly this direction. Alright, what kind of beastie is lurking here? A void scent? That's not a normal monster. Wait a sec, I've never seen that mount before. Oh, maybe I've seen that mount, but that seems kind of like a pretty little mount there. It pleases me to see you well. Come, let the coachman know we can continue on to Ulda. I must say that was a surprisingly pleasant ride. Mayhap the journey to the Remnants Toll will not be so bad after all. Which do you think would win in a race, a horse or a horsebird? They have wings, so does that mean they can fly? Does it mean that we can fly through Redwood? Yes, we can. So there was a beastie. Was being the operative word. You fought well, madam. Well fought. Ah, if only I were in better health, I should have been proud to stand at your side. Pay my son no mind. He forgets that his responsibilities preclude acts of dare-do. Be that as it may, I cannot but envy you. Had we been able to call upon heroes of your strength and skill in Doma, things may have been very different. But we cannot change the past. Those who fought and fell, forever lost to us. Lost but not forgotten. Lady Yagiri's kinsmen least of all. They fought fiercest, though they knew full well it was in vain. She had every right to walk away, yet she chose to stay. Food, shelter, the promise of a better life. All this and more we owe to her. How does one even begin to repay such a debt? In kind, Father. She too has given everything, and we shall give her all. Whatever work there is to be done, we shall do it without question. Ditch digging, bricklaying, it matters not. Revenant's toll will grow and prosper by our hands. Oh wait, that was the younger guy talking. Hello. The kids just zip on by. I have a very cute character. Hey, Miss Bakubo. Kaharo and I want to know why you became an adventurer. Well, this is the first time in a while I've had to make, I think this is the first time in the entire backstory that I've had to make a choice. To gain power, to win glory, to amass fortune, to go rid of the wild rose blooms. Let me do the fourth one only because it's like probably the most obvious one. So, you like roses? I think I understand. I mean, they're nice and everything. But don't they grow in lots of places? It's my turn now. Excuse me, Miss Buckaroo. I've got a question. What's Revenant's Toll like? Is it pretty? It's a bustling outpost frequented by countless adventurers. It's a bastion of civilization in a harsh and unforgiving wilderness. It's home to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. It's a stone's throw from an imperial castro. We'll do the home of the Seventh Dawn, because she likes our people. Oh, so you live there with your friends. That means you'll always be there to protect us. Don't assume too much, okay? I have a whole world to save. Actually, I have 2 worlds to save. Presently. Enough, Kaharo. It's my turn again. Miss Papabu, when I'm older, I want to be strong like you. What do I have to do? Seek out new experiences and adventures. Fight ferocious beasts. Train every day. Buy weapons and armor from Rowena. It's funny. That's a fourth wall one. It's like, yeah, just get the gear from Rowena. You'll do better that way. Oh, just train every day. Practice so that the real deal you do not fail. Ah, so my father was right. How do you do it then? Come on, tell me, and don't leave anything out. Alright, that's enough questions for Miss Papabu. That's not fair. Why does Yozen get to ask 2 questions? I want to know about adventuring just as much as he does. You'll be in Adventurer Mecca, okay? You'll be able to ask all sorts of people these questions. Yozen, why are you asking another question? Just one more, please. Do you think I could become an adventurer like you one day? Oh, don't even give me a choice. Okay, whatever. Really? Then I will. Thanks for the advice, Miss Popopo. I won't forget it. I'm going to be an adventurer too. When we get to Revenant's Toll, let's make an adventurers guild for Domans. We'll protect our friends and punish the wicked, just like Miss Papupu and Lady Agiri. Yeah, just like Miss Papupu and Lady Agiri. We can talk more about it in the carriage on the way. Will you be joining us? I mean, I guess. Sure, I'll ride along. Whatever. Oh, it's already evening. What do you guys gotta say? I can still see horizon from here. It's ridiculous. We didn't even travel that far. I bet they could travel, I bet they could keep out an entire legion with those walls. Would you look at that? How many steps are there? 100? I'm going to count. It'll be good to sleep in a proper bed for a change, even if it's only for a night. Mind letting this Master Elf know we're here? I need to stay with the birds. Okay, alright. That's a quicksand, huh? That's where we need to go? 80 sins of Sasamo. Yeah, we'll just go this way. I suppose we can walk. Well, waddle. Papupu. I take it, it's your first, the first group arrived? Excellent. Is there aught else? No, I have matters well in hand here. You and Lady Agiri should travel to Revenant's Toll forthwith. All due respect. Alphina would have you and Yagiri depart for Revenant's Toll without delay. It's past time me and Lady Yagiri met with the guild representatives in Revenant's Toll. Since I do not foresee any further matters arriving here in Finland, which might require your personal attention, I would instead have you serve as an escort to the Doman delegation for the duration of the journey. Speak first with Slackborn upon your arrival. He is the one with whom the Domans will be working most closely, I should think. Afterwards, introduce Lady Agiri to Minthelia and the guild emissary. If both meetings go well, the resulting ties should stand the Domans in good stead from what it is to come. Which is to come. Yeah. Alright. Your verbose language is exhausting sometimes. And this must be the esteemed Lady Agiri and her associates. I greet you all as friends and bid you welcome to the Toll. I hope you do not find our dearth of fineries off-putting. Poor though we may seem, we have a wealth of spirit and camaraderie to spare. You see, race and creed do not enter into it here. We welcome all sorts, provided they are willing to earn their keep, of course. We are no strangers to hard work, Master Slackborn. You may rest assured that we will carry out your orders with due diligence. Oh, not for a moment did I doubt your commitment, my lady. Pray understand I give the same speech to all new arrivals. Needn't bow your head or call me master either. We're both frontier hands as far as I'm concerned. As you wish, Thoughtborn. May this meeting mark the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship. Also, yeah, this wall was not complete whenever this story part first came out. Part of, again, the building, the settlement was very underdeveloped whenever they first brought them over here. Our guests have yet to meet the antecedent. 7 hells, Puckleable, why are you wasting time with me? See them to the Rising Stones. Okay, alright, I will. One sec here. I got some requests for my drawing, so I gotta pull up something here. Okay, let's see here. Maybe not that one. Let me see here. I have a picture I want to pull up. Where did I hide it? It's too far in my media for me to pull up. Where did I put that picture? Oh, there it is. Okay. Where is it? It is somewhere on my list of things. There we go. Copy. I wanted that picture there. Okay. They didn't know I was a VTuber? God damn, are you kidding me? I just closed the window that I want. Okay, back to the media. Then I scroll down and find the picture of girl in costume. I was asking so many questions. Where did I hide that picture? Somewhere down here. There we go. Copy. Copy the image. Alright, business. Yeah, trust me, the picture shall be very nice. But yeah. We got ourselves our order, I've talked about other things. Should be solid. But I can't believe they didn't know I was a VTuber. Maybe I'm not being apparent enough on my profile, I guess. But I got the artwork, I have the model. Or maybe they just thought I was just a bunch of pretty pictures. At long last, we've an opportunity to prove our worth. You shan't regret this, ma'am. The sentries appear to be more than capable. Even so, it may be best to forbid people from venturing beyond the walls unescorted. For the time being, at least. Yeah, no, the Darlian garrison stuff over there, it's still happening. It's just isolated now. Now they're individual camps, cut off from the main source. To whom much is given, much is expected. Forgive me, I require a moment to compose my thoughts before meeting your leader. We shall join you at the Rising Stones anon. It's okay, Gary, you'll get over it in time. Right. This is no use. He's still trying to get a hold of the students of Balducian. Our attempts to reach the students of Balducian continue to meet with failure. Oriange has reported our other avenues of inquiry, but they too have yielded naught. We will preserve, of course, yet within our hearts the truth is clear. We are but awaiting confirmation from which we already know. How fare the Domans? I am given to understand that you were kept quite busy in Vesperday. Mayhap you question the wisdom of aiding refugees when the primal threat remains unresolved. I should not blame you if you did, nor would I deny that this matter falls outside our normal purview. Be that as it may, I could not ignore the plight of these refugees, not when it is within our power to help them. Lady Yugiri is here. Please show her in. I should very much like to meet her. This is the boss. She doesn't do much except for stand and claim to be a boss. The Adventurers Guild leader, though, that's a good guy to keep in touch with. We have no objections. Pray, do so with our blessing. Your answer pleases me beyond words, my lady. But are you quite certain? We've no way of knowing how many might answer my summons. In the event that Revenant's toll cannot accommodate us all, I would need to find an alternative solution. Should that come to pass, we will find it together. As ever, it has been a pleasure, antecedent. Alas, we must take our leave, as the first carriages are due to arrive at any moment. Should we require aught else, pray speak to Slathborn, Lady Agari, Papopo. I am amazed that none here knew of the War of Succession until we arrived. Have you truly heard naught of what has transpired? No, our only real connection to the Garleans was the Black Wolf, and he was too busy trying to subjugate us. I dared not give myself to hope in full, but for the first time in many moons, I am willing to do so. Mayhap I worry over much. With so many able-bodied adventurers about, what beasts could pose a threat? Lemon and I will make all the necessary preparations to ensure that our Doman friends feel at home upon their arrival. Though I must admit that I am still troubled about the matter of the missing crystals. Y'shtola should be returning anon with a report from the field. Mayhap we could wait here and speak with her upon our arrival? Sure. We'll listen to the cat lady. is going to be a voice cutscene, by the way. You can kind of tell when it
How
happens.
goes the fishing? Caught anything slippery?
Shut up, Dan Creed, shut up!
Aye. Our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reavers are indeed the culprits.
I love her voice actress. So good. Even in the beginning, she's just right off the bat, on point.
The plot thickens.
Has there been any movement in Thanalan?
It has been blessedly quiet, which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning a fleet with such crystals as they have hoarded. Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
Then we have our explanation.
Your explanation for what, pray tell?
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja. Yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Vilbrand? There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late.
Oh, right. So, because now enough time has passed in the patches, it wasn't quite so inappropriate to have Leviathan content.
Oh gods. They mean to summon Leviathan?
Yes, they do.
That is the way of it, I fear. Whilst conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Reavers.
Okay, one second, let's see here.
With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. 'Tis only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas. But there is more. One of the Sahagin, an elder by my judgment, spoke of attaining the gift and knowledge of eternity.
Oh dear, we're having a joint migraine right now.
Such a disturbance in the ether. If I did not know better, I should think this device defective.
If you take the goggles
There
off.
is the explanation.
Jeez. Yeah, it was sitting right there.
The Lord shall rise midst surging waves to wash away the finless one.
The endless ones.
And I shall be granted the gift and knowledge of eternity, and with the emissary stand equal. Then shall I know no cessation, no oblivion.
His voice is so annoying. These fishy voices.
Whence comes this promise of immortality? The emissary? We have outstayed our welcome.
The gift and knowledge.
Are the two of you quite well?
What are you doing? You didn't get that. Wait, you got itchy ears. Let me scratch your ears. Yeah. Don't you like to scratch right there in the ears? Oh, yeah, you like that. Oh, good girl. Keep it going. Oh, he's such a itchy boy. I don't know what. Maybe he needs like eardrops or something. But he gets really itchy ears, and it's like when I get the right spot, his eyes roll in the back of his head. It's so funny.
You You shared that vision, did you not? Even before the Sahagin made mention of the emissary, I recognized Elidibus's words. He is behind this. But surely it is not within his power to grant the echo.
My lady, unless we act swiftly, Leviathan will rise again. The Admiral has already requested that we intervene to prevent this. Failing that, we are to attend to the Primal's extermination.
Also, this
She will
touches
have our
on...
full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa. I mean to play a part in this mission. Tataru, pray, take charge in my absence.
My lady, are you sure this is wise?
Okay, sorry, give me a moment. I got more artist things to do. I'm just making sure that my art comes out the way I want it to. So I will be right back. Oh, what do we got here? I don't remember which one is a good one. Okay, let's see. Maybe I can find one here. It's censored too much. There is a chance. Let me do one last thing here. Gel. Yeah, it's not going to be a very say-so picture. Let's see here. Oh, did they remove the NSFW? They did, didn't they? Hmm. Okay, let me just scroll through here and find out, do I see one immediately on my list of choices? Do I have an art somewhere hiding here? Okay, I got an idea. Here. wave AFK. While I try to find the reference I want. Okay. That's the picture I need. I think that'll work. Anyways, yes, I guess I will be right back. So I'm gonna mute myself. still here. I'm just doing art. Randomly doing art in the middle of my stream. And I'm riveting gameplay. You can't see what's happening on my screen, but I am doing art. I'm very proud of myself for my little sketching skills, especially with my mouse. Alright, let's see here. Scale. Never knew I was going to be having to draw this on PQ. You can't see it. I can't show it. I'm just like, oh my gosh, do I have to really spell it out for them? I hope this is, I don't regret doing this though. I'm trying to impress upon them a little more alien look to this part. A little more bizarre. But I want to show this picture on my Twitter. I feel kind of proud of what I did, even though I did it with my mouse. And I'm like, I don't know, I don't want to spoil the drawing. Yeah. Yeah. Where's it go, kid? Where's it go, boy? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, anyways. So, I am back again. Let's continue with the story, I guess. Sorry, I have an art commission that I'm trying to make sure
I am aware of the risks.
turns out
There
how I
is
want it.
something I must see with mine own eyes.
Okay. Story, sir.
The true nature of the echo.
The true nature of the echo.
Very well. I shall not stand in your way. On the condition that you permit me to accompany you as bodyguard.
Your company is ever welcome, Thancred.
I take it something ill is afoot.
Aye, a primal is about to be loosed upon Eorzea.
Primal?
A godlike being whose very existence is a bane upon the land. We scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to put an end to their kind.
I see. Know then that I am learned in the arts of war. In return for the kindness you have shown my people, I would lend you my blade.
It would be most welcome. When contending with a primal, one can never have too many able allies.
Hey, no claws. No claws. No claws. Don't drink my claws. I said don't give me claws, you know, Dork. Don't give me claws. No, don't give me claws. No.
If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it. Be sure.
Oh shoot, I just went and skipped. You stole his dialogue. No. Be sure to come well prepared. Okay, fine. It's not that much. It wasn't that devastating. Okay. Alright. The sea rises. When Philly wishes to take share of some final words on the coming mission prior to departing for Limsa. Plainly, should the worst come to pass, the Leviathan is summoned. Our only recourse will be to face him in battle. Given past experience, he may very well think that eventually inevitable. Yes, so long as there is even a chance the primal's return might be prevented, we must needs bend all our efforts towards achieving that goal. Before we do all else, let us hasten to Limsa and meet with the Admiral. Yeah, the Primal Admiral. She will not have been idle in the intervening time, and will doubtless have valuable information to share. Let's go take out Leviathan, and then I think we'll call it an evening. Only because it's 10 o'clock my time, and yeah. Don't want to push my schedule too late. It was my fault for starting so late. instructed. Take this left to the command room. Hello. No, this window. Thank you. Merwin, give me the lowdown. Welcome, friends. I take it that your stool has apprised you of the situation. Let us waste no time then. According to our best intelligence, the Sahagin had not crystals enough to summon their god. Alas, we did not count on the Serpent Reavers venturing as far as Thanalan to supplement their cache. For our short-sightedness, we are faced with the grim prospect of Leviathan's imminent return. Needless to say, I'm not inclined to let the fishbacks have their way. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom readies to launch a large-scale operation to thwart the summing, and we would welcome the Scion's support in this endeavor. But, if God forbid our efforts should come to naught, I will need to trouble you for more than mere support. Much as I did when Titan last walked these lands. Lady Minophilia, I am given to understand that you mean to accompany our soldiers to the front lines. I can only assume that you have sound reasons for doing so. I do, Admiral, but I'd rather not be drawn to the on their nature. I'll say only that there is something I would see with my own eyes. Is that so? Well, I am not so stubborn as to deny the wish of those whose aid I require, but precautions must be taken. I shall require you to remain by my side at all times. With that settled, let us speak of the operation. She acknowledges the fact that Minophilia really doesn't fight, doesn't do nothing. Lieutenant Papo, thank you for acknowledging my rank. Our scouts are currently reconnoitering Sahagin movements at the Sapasa spawning grounds. Upon completing their mission, they will return to the operation staging point at Camp Skull Valley. I want you to make your way there forthwith, that you might apprise of the latest intelligence. Commander Falkrita has charge of the mission. Oh, wait. I want to see what Minophilia had to say here. There may not be a better chance to learn the true nature of the Echo. I cannot well allow the opportunity to pass me by. In case I wasn't clear, time is short, Lieutenant. Make haste to Camp Skull Valley and request the latest intelligence from the... Yeah, okay, so... and she runs a tight ship. Literally. You have pink boots. You have very pink boots. Pink is my hair pink boots. I have been expecting you, Scion of the Seventh Dawn. On behalf of the men and women here, and thanks for your cooperation. The safety of our citizens is paramount. With your aid, we will prevent Leviathan's return. As you may already know, Maelstrom scouts have been dispatched to reconnoiter in Sapasa spawning grounds. Though it pains me to admit it, the Maelstrom has never faced a foe the likes of this before. We must proceed with all due caution. Among other things, they have orders to determine whether Leviathan might emerge, assuming it comes to that. Where he might emerge. And yet, their return is long overdue. I fear that ill may have befallen them. For better or worse, we must ascertain their fate. If it is not too much to ask, I would have you aid us in the search. 5 scouts ventured into Sapasa, all told. Here, take the flask, this flask of restorative, and tend to those who may have been wounded. Though it pains me to even consider the notion, if they have perished, circumstances permitting, ask that you recover their bodies. By no means venture too deep into enemy territory, however. We can ill afford to lose you at this juncture. Alright, I will go help all these people. Maelstrom restorative, yes! Thank you, I owe you my life. We were ambushed by the serpent reavers, lightly armed as we are, and we didn't stand a chance. I was able to flee this far, but the others were captured. They have been taken to the serpent's tongue. I'm certain of it. I can make my own way back to camp, but I fear the worst for my comrades. Save them, I beg you. That's about enough of that. Gotta pick up this heavy body here. You returned. Thank the navigator. When I learned that you went into the serpent's tongue by yourself, I feared you would meet an unlikely demise. But tell me, what became of the others? The mutilated corpse of a maelstrom soldier. Dear gods. These wounds were not intended to kill, but to torture and maim. Does their savagery know no bounds? Enemies or no, they go too far. I dread to think what may have become of the 2 who remain unaccounted for. I pray that they haven't suffered the same evil fate. At the very least, one of my men came back alive. And for that I owe you my thanks. The price we paid was dear. But we have the intelligence we need. Even as we speak, the Admiral finalizes the details of the operation. The war horns will sound any moment now. Be ready to sally forth when they do. The gift of eternity. Yes. The power of the echo allows you to sustain your essence beyond your mortal coil. That's the long short of it. Thrice damn fishback bastards. I'll kill them slowly and chase their rotten souls through all 7 hells. That won't be necessary. Peace, Commander. We are here for a purpose. And vengeance is not it. I want your mind on the task at hand, savvy? My apologies, Admiral. You may count on me to keep a clear head. Good. According to our sole surviving scout, the Sahagin and their thralls have already begun to amass an aetheryte in the depths of Sapasa. If we are to act, it must be now. The men are ready, but we await your orders, Admiral. As predicted, the Sahagin have tightened security in and around the spawning grounds. A frontal assault is like to be met with fierce resistance. But we are not so artless as that. We're not so artless as that, Commander. We shall divide our forces and strike them hard and fast at key locations. Remember, our ultimate objective is to take this apostate threat and eliminate the Hagen priest residing over the summoning. We're not here to kill them all. The Maelstroms shall engage and distract the Sahagins' legion of drowned pirates at the Serpent's Tongue. Commander, you have charge over this effort. Be mindful that the lay of the land there is devilish for attacking forces. Let the foreign levies spearhead the assault and have subsequent units fall out to cover their ranks. At the self-same moment, a divisionary squadron formed of galleons from the Crimson Fleet shall harry the enemy from offshore. And likewise, besides shall form smaller units in hopes of confusing the Hagen in the defensive effort. Popopo and Y'shtola, the two of you are to make your way to the site of the summoning ritual. The Admiral's diversions should serve to defend the enemy's defenses, rendering your path less perilous. A small party, I believe, should be able to win through without drawing unwarranted attention. Tancred and Yugiri, your mission is to lure as many Sahagin as possible out of the spotting grounds. Having done so, take to your heels and circle around to join the infiltration unit of Y'shtola and Popopo. When all has been set in motion, I myself shall cut a path to the Aetheryte, accompanied by Lady Minfilia, as was agreed. Don't let me keep you, friends, to battle. When last did we fight side by side, Popopo? Too long ago, I warrant. But come, let us away. Alright, let's go do it. Let's go squish some fish. Some fishes need to die. Alright, Y'shtola, what do you gotta say here? The summoning ritual is taking place at the Beast's Aetheryte deep within. Thither we must go. Obstructing our way is a multitude of checkpoints. It would be well advised to dispatch as many enemies as possible along the way, though we might avoid later interference. Let's see. One sec. Got a little update on my art. Okay, let's see here. One sec, actually. I'm gonna pull up a reference. She's still confused. This silly thing. Oh, let's see here. Sorry, there's anatomy stuff going on with my art. It's kind of silly how specific I have to be about it. Let's see, let's take separate routes and merge before the Aetheryte to better confuse the enemy sentinels. Or I can just walk through and kill everything. Let's try that one. Oh, they both... It doesn't matter, just whichever way I want to go. Oh, okay. No, I'm not going to fight you. Okay, fine. He's fighting him. I'll go ahead and help. Boop, boop, Aww. Not enough time. Just destroying everything for him. Making an easy path for this new player. Come on, Stola. Pray, do not concern yourself. 'Twas but a glancing blow. Come, the Aetheryte is close at hand. Let us press on.
Damn them. They have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both.
Oh no! Thank you, Grand Cream.
Did I miss much?
No, just about, you know, us almost dying. Yeah, you Gary, you show him. Also, they were showcasing, the rogue before it released here, with these different moves. And the ninja a little bit.
So that is how you fight in the Far East. Mental note, pick no quarrel with Domans. But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency.
Everyone, thank you to chat.
To the Aetheryte!
Alright.
You'll forgive me my lateness.
Oh, Merlin with her, all of her guns. She's got some machinist moves, not really. She's a class all unto herself, though.
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Long have you shriveled Sorewalkers, tormented our kind. But no more! Your time is at an end! You shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs. Lord of the world, hearken to our plea. Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
Do you feel that?
Why, yes I do.
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
What? Such power! It is transcendent!
Oh, man. He just shot him. Took him out. It was that easy. Why didn't you do it before he did the spell, huh?
Seven hells.
Strike me down if you will. It is futile. I have mastered the gift. I am eternal.
We'll think about it.
Oh, mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial, I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you,
come forth!
It's fishy lips. Fishy talk.
Die, damn you!
Foolish Endwalker! You cannot kill that which is eternal!
Heavens forfend.
Yeah, for her first primal, having Leviathan show up
Damn it
was
all!
quite the alarming introduction to primals.
My being ebbs away. It should by right be infinite. Am I not immortal? Curse you, emissary! You promised me everlasting.
I love that stalwart look at you. Just like, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna take you out.
Where did he go?
What say you? Nary a single ship? Hells take that sea demon.
Oh man, it just left and immediately wiped out the
Gather
whole
the
fleet.
survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates. Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost. For a mercy, 'twould seem the Primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless...
He's bringing a tsunami.
God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave.
Yeah, as you can tell, a little too sensitive to bring up after Japan just had a tsunami incident whenever this was ready to go. So the mission ended in failure. I take solace in the knowledge that Menphilia is unharmed. Oh, good. Had we only arrived about a moment earlier? But there's no time to brood over what might have been. Leviathan is returned, and we must needs find a way to deal with him. The gods of this realm are vengeful beings. It is little wonder that the Garleans fear their kind so. If we meet Leviathan on open sea, we put ourselves at the Primal's mercy. We must think of a way to face him on equal terms. Understand, I speak of no normal wall of water. That which Leviathan makes ready to conjure carries more destructive power than aught seen in nature. Enough to raise entire coastal systems. If his last attempt is any guide, we cannot suffer history to be repeated. But how in the hell are we to prevent it? It's the heart of the world. Though our plight cries out for action, we must take thought. So long as Leviathan remains in open sea, he is effectively beyond our reach. Our fleet is second to none, of that you may be sure. But Lim Lane herself would struggle to best the lord of the world in his element. In a straight fight, he would make meet and match one of us. We need another plan. That much is plain. Let us return to Limsa and see if we cannot think of another one. Think of one. I shall await you in the command room. Alright. I need a quick little leg break and then I will be right back, okay? Okay. Alright, sorry for all the breaks and stuff. I had stuff come up and normally I'd be done streaming, but I wanted to make a good push for, at least this primal. So, I will be back. let's push for this, beating this primal here. You are expected in the command room. Pray, do not keep the Admiral waiting. Waiting. Alright, well, we got our little side character thing here. Being the observant adventurer you will have doubtless noticed my dagger work back in Sabasa. You know me, Flippaboo. I like to dabble in a bit of this and that. And much and more there, Thancred. I'm sure you like to dabble in quite a bit. The Sahagan Elder claimed to have become eternal, yet he was summarily consumed by Leviathan. What might this imply? He is magic ethereal thing, and primals eat magic ethereal thing? When I saw Leviathan rise from the depths, I can't well describe what I felt. No words could prepare for one such a sight. Prepare one for such a sight. Yeah. To confront the Lord of the World in his watery domain is far from ideal. Yet he is not like to come to us. Did he lack the means to strike us from afar? Yeah, no. If he couldn't, that'd be nice. If Leviathan is allowed to unleash a tidal wave, nothing within 10 bones of the coast will be safe, let alone Limsa. I trust you see what's at stake here. Yes, we must stop Leviathan. Right now, promptly.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western La Noscia. Hearthstone, 'twas called. Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the Company of Heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagan.
Aye. The thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood.
That's how that happened.
Given the quantity of crystal stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations. If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The primal must be stopped.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells! Is there no way that we might strike back?
The Company of Heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail us little to consult past experience.
Anyway, mate, how you doing? Oh, and yeah, thank you for saying hello. I won't be here too much longer. I just wanted to beat one primal before I called it an evening. It's past 11 my time, so it is about time I should shut down. But making that push, the sooner I get through the story, the closer and more sure I am that I'll be able to make it in time for the expansion. And if I don't, then maybe I'll be a few steps behind everyone else, but it'll get time for patches to fix any bugs that rise up, But yeah, no, thank you so much, and thank you for the hugs. I've been having fun, like, doing some mild voice acting as, but now we're getting into the voice cutscenes, so I guess it kind of, you know, where I can, I do try to imitate the voices a little bit.
Speak freely, Marshal.
So what's funny is that this Marshall dude, it's a side story, so you don't really know it, but it's heavily implied that he is this generation's Mistbeard, which is supposed to be like a legendary pirate that, his mask is passed down to the next, worthy person, generation to generation. But, yeah, he's kind of like the pirate version of the Gray Fox from Skyrim or whatever, or Elder Scrolls. Anyone knows about the Gray Fox? So it's a little funny though whenever you actually know who Mirweb has as her right hand marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe. This, in effect, is what the company of heroes achieve with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told. If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and Vermelis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe. But I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
No, but maybe two.
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might.
He actually says it.
Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed two ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder.
Again, this is kind of funny hearing it with the knowledge that this guy is probably the current generation's Mistbeard anyways. You know, again, Gray Fox, but pirate version of Gray Fox.
By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
I love this little jab. We're kind of out of the loop if we don't do the quest,
Now,
but...
from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel.
Okay, you make the platform, I will fight him.
Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
'Twill be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well.
Pirate King and the
Assemble the remnants
Admiral
of the fleet
Queen.
at Morabee Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait.
Honestly, I think if they're a pair, if they're more than just business partners, I think it's very cute. Also, I like how the sun is dawning
Storm
as we're
Marshal
doing this.
Slafierson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
At once, Admiral.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
Yes, it shall be done. The Sahagan Elder claimed to have become eternal, wait, is it the same thing? Oh, yeah, they have the same dialogue. Never mind. Talking to you, Yuri. Beings held as gods do also exist in what you call the Far East. Legends tell us that they walked among us in days of yore, but I confess that I never truly believed them. That I should live to behold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Now that I have come face to face with the Primal, I do begin to understand why the Garleans feared them so. What is it? A message, Admiral. I judge it best to be delivered, that it be delivered at once. I am listening. According to the Yellow Jackets, a man has appeared who claims to have defeated Leviathan. One of the company of heroes? The details are yet hazy, Admiral. We have dispatched one of our own to question the individual. Don't let it be that one guy. Oh no, I know who it is. I bet you I know who it is. After such a serious thing, and then of course this guy shows up again. I know who it is. I am disinclined to put any store in this claim, and even should it be true, it is as you still have said, none save the company of heroes as best as Leviathan, and we now know how they went about it. If this man is is of their number, what could he tell us that we don't know already? And yet, having wagered Limsa's survival on 2 ships, some rope, and a pile of crystals, can we afford to ignore this man? If his testimony yield us any manner of advantage, should we not hear it? Damn it all. The twin vessel will soon be ready. We have no time to wait for the Maelstrom's report on the supposed Primal Slayer's claims. Seek him out and learn what he knows. At the very least, it will spare you the torment of waiting for the reckoning in idleness. Yeah, what's funny is that we probably will have the power to nuke primals whenever we go to the moon. The man you're looking for is believed to be a resident of the Grave Fleet in Lower Lenosha. The Storm private sent to question him should already be in the vicinity. May your journey prove fruitful. I know who this is. And it's such a funny thing for them to be like, to throw this joke in the middle of such a serious, like, situation. I'm not gonna say what he says until it happens. It's gonna be funny. The payoff will be good. There's no real good way to get there, so I guess I'll go this way. I should know, or if one is observant, they should know what this area means when we're checking out. What I find cool about this area is that it's Limsa Lominsa and the surrounding area is just coastal land. The actual Isle of Bilbrin is probably like 3 or 4 times bigger than the lands you actually can explore on Vilbrin. The volcano area, anyway. It's just... If they had ever a reason to explore further into the lands, there's a lot of land to explore in Vilbrin. But it's mostly just Kobold territory. Yes, see right here, Tractum. God damn it, this music, it already tells me what I'm gonna run into. Now look here, you have your bloody story. You'll have your bloody story right after you carry them sacks of grain over to the mill. But sir, that's what you said before you had me pick up those oranges for you. And before I mucked out the chocobo stables. And before I rolled the millstone over to the mill. And also before... Jeez. Getting other people to do his chores. Gods, man, I've worked 3 days straight without a wink of sleep. 3 days, and do you hear me complaining? I suppose some of us just ain't made for the rougher stuff. Alright. I'll give you what you want. Never let it be said that old Crackton ain't a generous soul. I'll pick your ears, because I won't be repeating myself. Too modest, see? Besides, there's only so much epicness a man can take in one sitting, you clean? Ahem. The tale of Tractum's epic victory over the dreaded primals, Leviathan. Now, Leviathan, huge, make no mistake. To give you an idea how big, each of his scales is about as wide as me members long. And that's no mean feat, I tell you. Let me tell you. Jeez. Shut up, dude. When I fought him, I could barely see for all the brine he was pelting me with. Must have been a lagoon's worth at least. Even knocked me trusty axe out of me hands at one stage. Of course, that proved a grave mistake. What happened next? Why, I grabbed him by the tail and tied him up in knots. And not wanting to take all the glory for myself, I let my mates in the company of heroes handle the rest. Like I said, I'm modest. I'm modest as well as heroic. We have 2 modest. Now, there's some say you can never truly beat Leviathan. That you got to learn to live with them and make the best of a bad situation. Not the company, though. He's just like, oh, crap, it's her. It's you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I was just enjoying the attention is all. I take back everything I said. I was never part of the company heroes. I ain't no marauder. I'm actually a complete coward. I'm nothing. I'm chocobo dung. No, I'm maggots you find wiggling in chocobo dung. I have to lie to women to tumble them. And that don't happen much. Remembers Teeny's pathetic. God, shut up. Sure as hell ain't fighting Leviathan. But I have seen him with my own eyes. It was a fair few years back, when I was working on the baker's hand. I was shirking my duties one day loitering around the harbor when I saw it. A great big massive sea serpent some loams off the coast, with a fleet of galleons making straight for it, cannons firing. I was so bloody scared I sold myself right then and there. Yeah, what? Oh god, just remembering that day made me so God damn it. Anyway, if you're asking after Leviathan, that means you're planning on fighting him, eh? Well, take care. He's terrible, dreadful, I tell you. If you're not careful, you'll end up in his gullet or at the bottom of the sea. Okay. Alright, well, I'll take your word for it. Why, you worthless lying horse son. I can't believe you made me handle chocobo dung. He deserves to have his kneecaps taken out, but I guess walking away is good enough. Papupu, this has been Philia. Were you able to learn aught of the use against Leviathan? Beg your pardon? Leviathan? I see. That is unfortunate. At any rate, I have tidings for you. The twin vessel is now complete. We await you at Morby Dry Docks. Pray make your way here as soon as you are able. suppose the meme has kind of aged a little bit, but it was just kind of funny. I think I had a good chuckle from it whenever I first came past that bit of the story. Oh, look at that little bridge. Look at all that path that we would have to walk if we didn't have flying. Still a long ways away. Oh, there's an 8th right there. Oh, we saved 70 gil. Yay! We saved a tiny bit of gil for not teleporting. So we got all these people to talk to. Let's hear their extra dialogue. It will require no small amount of helmsmen to tow the War Leader. I dare say delivering you safely to Leviathan will be a battle in itself. In order to build the War Leader, we had to decommission 2 perfectly serviceable galleons. Suffice it to say, their captains weren't best pleased with the notion. When I offered them a chance to keep their ships and face Leviathan in our stead, they magnanimously withdrew their complaints. We must all make sacrifices for the greater good, they said. Like, you can have our boats, go ahead. Would that we had armed ourselves with more knowledge beforehand? Well, it cannot be helped. It can't be now helped. I take comfort in the fact that you faced worse odds in the past and have prevailed. You will do so again, of that I have no doubt. To complete the twin vessel in so short a time, and with the limited materials, the people of Naldik and Venley's have won an admirer in me. When First Master Einzar proposed the twin vessel, I must confess that I had my doubts. Only now that the World Leader is complete do I see the elegance of this solution. Can I see it at all? I don't think I can see it. Yeah, we can't see it on this map here. Okay, we go talk to the Mistbeard, Slave Fearsome. I'm told your jaunt to the Grey Fleet proved fruitless. My sympathies, lass. I'll wager it served to take your mind off events of recent days, though. Enough of that nonsense. The moment of truth is upon us. The twin vessel, the World Leader, I call it, is complete, and she surpasses all my expectations. In addition to her prestigious tonnage, or tonnage. Yeah, instead of tons, they call them tons. It's weird. She has been fitted with a platform that you and yours might maneuver freely in battle. I'll mention also that she is nigh unsinkable, but I'm not one to tempt fate. The World Leader and her crew stand ready, my friend. Just give the word and we shall bear you to the Leviathan. Let's do it. Ezra stands ready to send you off to your encounter with the Lord of the World. I know that look. You're ready. Having been constructed in some haste, the World Leader may not be pretty, but I assure you she's capable. She's been fitted with what our friends at in that company are calling an elemental converter. Assuming things work, it should use the power of the corrupted crystals on board to rob Leviathan of his hold over water. Depending on how the battle unfolds, you may well need to activate the device manually. Keep that in mind. It is expected that the Sahagin and their thralls will attempt to come to Leviathan's defense. Accordingly, the Maelstrom will once again employ diversions. Van Kriegnistalle, I would have you assist in this effort. If it is to fulfill its purpose, your divisionary force must not want for numbers. By your leave, I too would volunteer my blade. We would welcome it. Having seen you fight in Sapasa, I dare say the fishbacks will find your presence highly diverting. Van Kriegnistalle, if you would join the third levy, Lady Yuguri the fifth. What words have I for the woman who has made sport of slaying gods? Only these. Go wary, for the sea is an unforgiving place to wage war. May the navigator guide you through the storm, warrior of light. I would echo the Admiral's sentiments and add a few words of my own. Know that we all have the utmost faith in you, Foglipo. May the crystal bless and keep you. And, don't get upset with us. You're our only hope. You're the only chance of us getting rid of the Leviathan before he causes, coastal havoc. Hey, Ocha, how you doing? Alright, well, we are ready to go after a primal. The World Eater. Yeah. And I've got Unsynced. We can do it solo. I'm probably gonna kill him in like two moves. Maybe one if I'm powerful, if I get myself set up right. I can see how you were doing with yours. Oh, good. I'm glad your stream went, hopefully it went well. I've been doing well, good too. Another 7 hours, going on 8. I started a little bit late though. I keep meaning to start earlier in the day, but then I get caught up with like job hunting and stuff, so that does tend to take a little bit of time out of my schedule. But don't worry, once I have a job, then I'll have that to interrupt me being able to stream. I think I might apply at this one bank though. I feel like a bank job actually would be probably what I need. Good pay, stable hours, and I'm comfortable handling money. But that's where my prospects are right now. And I think it might be a 9 to 5 Monday through Friday job. I mean, banks are closed on the weekend, so it could all just, in general, mean really good stuff for me. So yeah, good vibes. Also, my streams are going very well, in terms of like people, you know, subbing and stuff. So yeah. Even if I don't have a job, I'm still kind of, you know, doing all right. But yeah, we're fighting a big old fish god now. Leviathan's always been a big boy. So one of the things I need to do is make sure that I activate the thing to protect me from getting wiped out if I can't kill him in one hit. Alright, so we do this. Oh, that wasn't even that much damage. He's gonna cast a couple spells. Or not. Oh, I activated it in time. Nice. Oh, even vulnerable he is, isn't he? I probably messed this up already, didn't I? Alright, I'll get rid of this thing. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Oh, you're not dead yet. Shit. Ooh, he's knocking things around quite a bit. Oh, here we go. I need to activate this. I didn't activate it in time. Oh well. That was supposed to kill me, but I have too much health. I forgot to activate the shield. Good job, me. I got some artwork coming for my character. I was doing that periodically. I was talking to, because they wanted some feedback on some details. I'm kind of happy for this artist that I recruited, because apparently it's something that they've never done before. And I always like it whenever I run into people. It's like, yeah, Pika is a unique character, and I'm happy that you're excited to draw her. It'll probably be an anonymous post, though. They're not entirely sure they're wanting to... I expect good feedback, but I think they're just not quite sure about that being on their portfolio. So, when I post it, I'll let you know. Leave a good comment. I mean, I'm sure you would, but... Anyways, so yes, so we defeated Leviathan, yay. Knowing the urgency of your business, I thought it best to refrain from making conversation during your past few visits. But today I will permit myself a few words. I feel you truly privileged to have had the honor of admitting such a hero as you. A hero such as you. You are an inspiration to us all, man. And on that note, the Admiral awaits for your commands, real. Wink. Yes, I will proceed to the command room. What do you guys have to say? Anything else? Another notch on the old belt, is it? Well done, my friend. Were I God, I dare say you would I would tremble at your summoning. Yep, I'm like the Doomslayer for primals. It's like when I show up, the bosses are like, why do I hear boss music? So often do you achieve the impossible that I fear my words of congratulations will soon sound repetitive. If indeed they have not already. With this in mind, I shall say only that I am glad of your safe return. That such beings can be defeated runs contrary to all I know. Whence comes your strength and sense of purpose? A big crystal person says I have the power, and I have the power. My congratulations, Popopo. This victory will serve to quiet the Sahagin for a time at least. A number of things did not go exactly to plan, I will admit. Leviathan denied us the luxury of ramming him, for once. But let's not quibble over the manner of victory, eh? If Limsa is safe and we are yet undrowned, I conclude that it has been a good day. Now go and bask in the Admiral's gratitude, will you? You have certainly earned the right. Yes. Pour your praise upon me. I deserve it.
Minsons are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And not for the first time,
I skipped that
you
one.
have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally.
And swallow it all, it would have, had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe it no small part to you. Okay. Not for the first time, you've delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation ever known a stouter ally.
On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks.
No problem, it's just a little bit of mana. I'm getting thumped on by weaklings.
It is meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
Like his face in the background.
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man.
Thank you. Thank you. I deserve it all.
Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight. Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, But should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
So we will all be Naruto's now.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Haha, wink wink, nudge nudge, rogue turns into ninja.
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat not unlike your own.
And it's a very good quest line, by the way. I don't think I'll be doing it, but yeah, it's a good side story.
It should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
My problem is I like to hit big and hit hard, so ninja doesn't quite do it for me.
Your style and mine own. Though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Yestola! You jest, of course.
Oh, by the way, I think he's like 24, which in anime version it means that he's super old.
But for a chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
Look at his face. Look at his little face, he's getting exposed.
Minfilia, please!
Yes, yes. Embarrass the boy. Humble him.
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Get a room. I'm sure he would love to see your, see what's under those robes.
I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Morderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not.
Okay.
Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in.
Well, aren't you a downy dumper?
Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
Oh good, they won't starve on the boat that's just a couple miles offshore. That's good.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment. But if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
Okay, so for context, they have roughly 200 or more domins that are adrift just off the shore of Bilbrin. Or Vesper Bay, I'm not sure where, but they are in the middle of the ocean, and they've been sort of like sardine packed into these boats, waiting for someone to take them in as refugees, and starving and, you know, getting weak and also falling to illness and stuff while they're stuck on that boat. Which, again, it takes no sooner than 14 days to sail a good ship across the ocean from the Far East to where they're at now. So they've been probably on the ocean for quite a long time.
You wished a word in private?
Well, yes, we have.
The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds stood before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation.
Are you about to scold the
It may
Admiral?
be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
Very subtle, Yugiri.
I
Very
have not
subtle.
forgotten our conversation, Yashtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence.
It's kind of the thing that's happening everywhere. Everyone's encroaching on Beastman territory, the Beastmen are feeling threatened, they're raising their gods.
Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagins' reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
Honestly, I still don't know how there's not enough land for all of you guys to live in harmony. Just spread out a bit.
I'll not deny your reasoning. But when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
So aggressive.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course, then. But know that it will lead to no good end.
Care to provide a better solution, Y'shtola? Man, everyone's getting displaced by the Garlean Empire.
Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
He's a good boy. Oh, he's a good boy.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
It's very Nietzsche-ish sort of philosophies being thrown about here. You're so wild! You're so wild, kitty! You met the fraternity. Alright, I don't think we're done with this part yet. Let me see what's happened. Let's wrap this Limsa area up real quick here. The Admiral has informed me of the arrangement. I have in my keeping a letter of introduction for Lady Yuri. To the south stands a gate leading to a pier for small fishing vessels. Look for an inconspicuous Huron man there and present the letter to him. He serves as a gatekeeper of sorts. Now, before you go, I'm obliged to remind you that the members of the fraternity to which you would be introduced abide in the shadows of limits in society. They value their independence more highly than pirates, and are united by a bond stronger than Mithril. To wit, they are invariably wary of new faces. No claws! Stop! That hurt. You just went and sucker snatched me. Alright, anyways. Though it be penned by the Admiral herself, mere words on parchment will get you only so far into their confidence. You must work for every ounce of trust they place in you. But here's the letter. Go into the aforementioned place and show it to the aforementioned man. Oh, and good luck. I didn't know that the story pushed you so hard to check out the ninja quest line. I did though remember getting distracted and doing the ninja quest line instead of the main story once I ran into them. Anyways. So I find it fun. When I lived at my old place, I taught my cat to play with like bottle caps and stuff. He found the lid to the water bottle that I had dropped, and now he's like patting it back and forth like a hockey puck. Is this way? Shadowy woman, inconspicuous man. What does she got to say here? What, didn't your mammy teach you it's rude to stare? This guy. Got business with the adventurer? Merweb's letter of introduction. A letter penned by Admiral Merweb introducing Gary of Doma to the members of Limsa Luminsa's yet unnamed secret fraternity. They are basically the Watchmen, and they're pretty cool people. So you're the woman the Admiral sent word of. I was hoping I might catch a glimpse of Thancred too. Been a while since I've seen his shite-eaten written. But what, with all the doe-eyed wenches about, I expect he's got his hands full. Ah, and you must be the Far Easterner that Mirweb says wants to train with us. Welcome to Limsa, my lady. I'm Yagiri of Doma. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. I must confess, when I first learned of your organization, I had certain preconceptions about the nature of your membership. It would seem I was mistaken. Ha! Sharkrade! Hi, people! Surprise! Oh. Well, welcome everyone. I'm doing good. How are you there, Sakime? And how are your little minnows and all that? Or do you call them minnows? I wonder. Right, but don't blame me. I'm going through the story as fast as I can, because I don't know if I'll have enough time to, like, read all of the dialogue, but I've got, like, a week and a half before Endwalker comes out. So if you're wondering what this stream's about, it's me vlogging the story and appreciating Final Fantasy's stuff. Kind of giving myself a refresher, and anyone that's never played the game before, maybe they'll have something to follow along. I don't think anyone else has been doing this, so yeah. Soniru, swimmers. Nice! Let's see here. Okay. You are not the first person to say that, lass. Limsa's city of pirates, to be sure. A city of pirates, to be sure. And pirates don't give two farts about keeping a spotless reputation. They hardly need a secret society to do their dirty work. Might be my people and I keep the shadows, but we've nothing to be ashamed of. It's simply better for business that we remain unseen. And so you have developed fighting techniques suited for this purpose. I see. Know that the practitioners of my art, too, are denizens of shadow. 'Tis in stealth that our strength lies. There is much we might learn from one another, I think. So the rogues and the ninjas are, getting acquainted with each other. Then what in the Seven Hills are we waiting for? If you'd come with us, Gary, do what's it? We can get acquainted in more private surrounds. Ha! That didn't come out right, did it? No, it did not. Especially not after referencing that your friend is Thancred. I'm sure she could defend herself, though, if anything, schmarmy happened. Oh, sorry, cat. What you doing? What you doing? Okay. Lady Fufufu. I shall remain with these people for a time, that I might study their ways. Though I am loath to be separated from my countrymen, I take solace in the knowledge that they are in the best of hands. You have been a true friend to us, Domans. No words would suffice to express my gratitude. Ere long, I hope to begin imparting my martial knowledge to the people of Eorzea. When that time comes, it would be my honor to welcome you as a student. been relatively progressing with the story and that. Not wasting too much time. And yet it's like, even as I'm hammering away with an over-leveled character to go through the story, we're on day 6 of marathoning it. And I haven't even gotten to Heaven's Word yet. There's like 3 different expansions past where I'm at. Oh, this guy again. I don't like this guy. Valegia, you will need to die. Much more has occurred since first I beheld Eorzea from the galleon's deck. Suffice it to say, I did not envisage, I don't know, sometimes. They're very verbose in this game, it's hard for me. Big words make my brain hurt. Being invited to play a part in your noble struggle. But forgive me. I have kept you over long. Doubtless you have pressing business of your own. Rest assured, I no longer require an escort in this land. When next you meet Lady Menphilia, pray relay her my humblest thanks. Would that I could do so in person, but I must needs fulfill my promise to the Admiral. Till we meet again, Warrior of Light. So yeah, we just stopped a giant water god primal thingy. And I'm not clicking that properly, so I'm going to do this. There we go. She's going to teach the people how to be ninjas in order for her refugee people that sailed across the ocean to have some like provisions. You know, they're starving and getting sick as they sit on the ship waiting to be allowed onto their allowed inland. Ifrit. Oh, so you're familiar with this game. It was Leviathanis. Yes, we beat Leviathanis.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand.
Okay.
If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo.
Okay.
Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing.
Mm-hmm.
When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove.
Mm-hmm.
Long have I known that the Echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul, but never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elidibus spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed. There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder. Could the legend in fact refer to the Echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time.
I don't know why they disregard fairy tales
What
in the
matters
fantasy
is that
game.
the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight.
You would think a fairy tale in a fantasy game would probably just be a historical reference.
With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long. I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
Very
Brave
much so.
tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldessian.
What of them?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
Poof. Teleport. Goodbye.
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 preserve.
A giant flow spell, more like.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
I am so spoiled once these voice cutscenes kick in. Because Realm Reborn was definitely a reader's, a reader's digest.
It is done, my lord. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
Seems dark and foreboding. I don't know what patch this is, but I think this is where they actually give like the preview sort of video, and it shows Nanaimo drinking from a cup and choking, and then it's like, what will happen in the next release of, whatever you call it. The Great Divide. Winfilia's thoughts keep returning to the fate of the students of Baldessian. Unfortunately, it is running up on midnight for me, so I'm actually going to call it a pause for tonight. I've been going for almost 8 hours, and I think that's long enough for an episode. I don't know who watches up through all my vlogs and stuff, but I got a lot of them that are like 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours long. But, yeah, a lot of story. Thank you, though. Yeah, thanks for showing up, and thanks for all your little swimmers showing up, too. I'll be doing this most likely again tomorrow. Hopefully earlier in the day, but I do have, like, real-life things that I gotta tend to. And if you want to stay up to date on what I do, I'm pretty active on Twitter, so... it is also, like, occasionally not safe for work, so just make sure you're old enough to handle that sort of thing. But, yeah, no, thank you guys for showing up. I don't know, if you have anyone recommended that we could send, I could send the raid group further on if you've got someone else in mind. Otherwise, I'm gonna cut it for now. But go ahead and just type their name, and I'll just send the raid group over there. Yeah, we'll do that. I typed in Lily Rose Senpai. Did I misspell it? Let me see here. Back to Twitch. Hi. Oh, there she is. Okay. Yeah, let's send them over there. I just want to highlight your name. Copy. There we go. I must have misspelled it or something. And we got 2 viewers. 4 viewers. Alright. Well, I guess we'll send you over there. Thank you guys all, and I will catch anyone that wants to watch my stream probably in the next 10 to 12 hours from now. So,